主文外で強制フォロー災害が発生し、
敵の個体が増加、一掃する。ターゲットロック
守護陣よし発射出力全開おとなしくしてろ。
任せて。どけどけ10倍返しよ。息の合った連携プレイ。私の出番や。爪を研ぎに来たぞ。
店長、次はどの方向に行けばいいんだ？
While Naughty Dog's ambitious duology The Last of Us is generally defined as action-adventure, its minute-to-minute gameplay is commonly rooted in horror. And like any good horror, The Last of Us, and particularly The Last of Us Part 2, uses its twisted monsters as a reflection of our own very human struggles. The fight between one of The Last of Us Part 2's protagonists, Abby, and the monstrous Rat King is particularly rooted in the horror genre. The biggest infected players have encountered in the franchise, the Rat King is introduced at a time when Abby is at one of her lowest points in the story, having become disillusioned with her found family, and growing more concerned for individuals rather than the factions currently at war. She's now desperate to help save the life of someone she once may have considered an enemy. This creature puts her, and the player by proxy, through their paces in an unforgettable sequence. IGN spoke with 6 members of the development team about the Rat King's creation, and how meticulous care, teamwork, and a unified vision created something so terrifying, yet so deeply cathartic. This is Art of the Level. The Last of Us Part 2 takes a fascinating approach to one of the most common tropes in gaming: boss fights. Most of the sequel's big battles are more human-focused, often not only thrilling in their grounded approach, but in how they twist audience participation and even the player's allegiances during a battle. But the Rat King might be the closest thing to a traditional boss battle. It's a completely bespoke creature that only appears once, evolves the idea of how infected grow from one form to another, and is a true test of a player's firepower and mobility. A big problem facing those tasked with designing the Rat King were literally, well, big problems. As in, they weren't sure how big this thing was supposed to be, nor what form it would actually take. At the start, they only knew some sort of larger, scarier monster needed to be created.
The designer said all the victims that die in the same room, but I don't know how big the room is. Is it going to be a big room or small? The scales of it. I have no idea.
Hyung did these great concepts of just this kind of trailing mass that, all these poor souls, just got stuck to, and it was really nightmarish. It's really a hellish thing.
Nam took inspiration from Polish and French artists, blending their belief that there is beauty to be found in the horrific with modern horror inspirations like John Carpenter's The Thing and Alien. All those inspirations coalesced more elegantly once Nam had a greater sense of the encounter's scale. It would be in a hospital wing, chasing Abby through a series of rooms.
So you have to walk around, have some speed on it. So the wrecking design later is evolved into something more structural as a figurative shape, which is able to walk.
Although the Rat King was a brand new creature, it still needed to fit into the ecosystem of the past infected.
When the human gets it, the human becomes like a runner, and to the stalker, and to clicker, to bloater. And then they die off and they become tree. But then we have to try to find what's in between, like clicker, in between clicker and bloater stage. So they kind of combo together and they become like something else, or is like bloater stage to the tree.
Trying to figure out where in the chronology of decay to set the monster became a problem for Nam. But through collaborating with the wider team, including director Neil Druckmann, he was able to whittle down a more defined role for its genealogy.
It's like, I don't know what to do. So like, it's more like caterpillar shape, or a slime shape. But then the Neil in the meeting, when we throw a bunch of different ideas, he was mentioning about what if some other creatures like merged and then you walk like not only feet but then hands like that. So
and it has its lineage in nature, which of course so too does Tlu's original virus. The Rat King is a moniker that reaches back hundreds of years to describe a grotesque real-life phenomena. Rats being stuck together by entangled tails and perhaps something else. It's also tragic. After all, the infected were once people.
So I try to put that kind of sadness in there too. But it was very hard to project that, kind of feeling onto that Rat King in the gameplay, you know what I mean? Because in the gameplay, the player, if something come up to you, it's just enemy. You have to kill it.
One way Nam lent more grandeur to the Rat King was to think of it in terms of the naturalistic connection the infected have to the Last of Us world.
And the Rat King, I just want to think that is force of nature. It's the ultimate force of nature. It's like like typhoon or like tsunami, or when you're facing that giantness, and it just and you're scared. But you don't feel like you can fight back or something. First of all, you can't kill right away. You have to run away, right? You have to run away in the hallway crazy. Otherwise, they just grab you and you do one kill.
Running away from this hulking horror is, quite understandably, the first response players might likely have. But now that the team had the look and shape of the king, they actually had to figure out how to make it run and chase after the player. And that pushed The Last of Us Part 2's motion capture process to surprising places. So the bones of the Rat King were decided upon. It would essentially be two infected with all their recognizable parts, making up a larger amorphous whole that could stand on its own. But actually getting it to stand up was a unique challenge when it came to the motion capture process.
It was just incredibly challenging, and it brought our computers to a halt sometimes because it was so dense and so heavy. There was so many things to it.
Before they could even get to animating this behemoth, the Naughty Dog team needed to come up with a clever way to capture what would essentially boil down to two actors having to act as one, but also two, given that the Rat King comprised a bloater and a super stalker.
So our first test case was, we went a little bit more literal. Like, we literally got a large actor to play the bloater, a smaller actor down as the super stalker, and then the smallest actor we could find that literally was hanging off the shoulder upside down from the bloater character, and we strapped them all together. It was this whole coordinated mess to kind of get all these like humans together and capture it that way. And it was a fun experiment, but the result is that it was way too slow and cumbersome to really move around the volume the way that we wanted this character to be. They were just trying to like not drop the person on their head, and just kind of like work their way around the room.
The second test case didn't fare much better. They reduced the number of actors from 3 to 2, but this came with its own complications.
We joined them at the hip, and the Super Stalker was almost, you know, like the wheelbarrow game, where you like hold someone's legs and they kind of like run with their hands. It was kind of that sort of a process, except a one-armed version of that, which is also incredibly difficult to do.
The sheer amount of strength required would ultimately be its downfall. Naughty Dog's motion matching process needed a ton of transition angles. Think sharp turns, pivots, and other complex movements for the animation. But this wheelbarrow technique would tire actors out after a couple of takes, and so this method too was ruled out. Finally, the team landed on quite the unique approach, using the idea of a stage technician and bringing in a go-to stunt actor, as well as a pro parkour athlete.
We created this kind of cage on caster wheels where the Super Stalker could lay in somewhat like of a hammock and was able to move around with his arm without needing people to hold his legs, and he didn't have to put his full weight on his arm and shoulder. And everyone would kind of coordinate and like move this thing around.
Through this unconventional capture, the animation got what they needed to bring the Rat King to imposing life, and it was all in service to the original inspiration, the desire to create something truly unsettling.
The first like real inspiration for how this creature could move and what this could be in the environment was a piece of concept art by one of our artists, Sebastian, and he created this just incredible piece that, I mean, it looked like a frame from a movie that was of this shadowy creature. I mean, you almost just saw the silhouette and just kind of like the rim light of this thing bursting out of a door, kind of like rounding a corner, and the whole scene was really dark.
The concept art evokes a pretty classic horror rule. What an audience imagines is always much more terrifying than what an artist could conjure. And what else could help conjure something horrible in your mind's eye? Audio.
We were designing the sound of this thing before we well knew exactly what the visuals were going to be. We had some ideas that it was going to be this composite creature made from multiple parts, but we didn't yet really know what that meant. And so we were able to do some previs audio, which is for us a rare treat. Normally we are post-production, we are reactionary to what is being designed, and in this case we were very much a part of the whole process. One of the principal design philosophies for Infected in general is that we try to stick strictly to human-based sound. We're not trying to grab a whole lot of elephants and dolphins and other sort of animals to pepper in general for the base level Infected. It's all human-based. For the Rat King, though, because it is this composite creature, we were able to get a little more creative and add in a bit more of the subjective, otherworldly stuff.
While Rob doesn't want to ruin the secret sauce of what TLU 2 sound designer Bo Jimenez created, he did speak to the overall team's philosophy when trying to not only imagine, but invent what the Rat King would sound like. Part of the process comes from creature actors. Actors who can... well, I'll let Rob explain.
Folks who have very unique abilities to generate disgusting and awful sounding monsters just with their own voices and their own anatomy is a pretty special thing. Kellen Goff is one in particular that comes to mind. He can make these guttural utterances that no human should be able to make. And it was also important that we didn't fall into the trap of just using multi-voice, because it can get very messy. If we're trying to represent that it's made of a clicker and a stalker and a runner and a bloater all strapped together, and we just try to play all those elements individually, it would just sonically become noise. A big part of that challenge was maintaining that it's made of these other creatures and having elements of them poke through here and there, but where the creature itself had an entirely new voice that was very much unique.
Before the Rat King comes bursting forth into Abby's life via an ambulance doorway, there are clues all around the abandoned, decrepit hospital wing that something ominous is on its way.
You have this trauma center that's been locked away for decades, with all these humans kind of like living and growing and festering in there, and that is what gave birth to this Rat King. They all just kind of melded together in this tight space. And you just hear clues of it, as you first walk past that trauma door, and then later as you turn the power on and it opens up that lock, and the creature that you've woken up escapes, you don't see it.
There's a couple times where you are pre-combat and you're supposed to be following the trail of the Rat King, and just making sure that people are aligned with Abby, thinking like, it makes sense that I'm following this horrific trail, which surely ends in some horrifying monster. Making sure that people just sort of understand why they're doing that. Like, we had to do a lot to build up. You've already cleared the rest of the hospital. There's no medical supplies elsewhere. The ambulance is your last best option, and that's been justified sufficiently with Nora talking about it, Abby thinking about it, finding that door earlier. So there's a lot of steps to like getting people to understand why they're doing what they're doing and be aligned with Abby.
You need power.
But that wasn't always the way Abby's pre-Rat King encounter went. As the level was still being devised, one of its earliest iterations had the Rat King following the player. But that was at a time when the hospital itself was a much larger section of the game.
We had versions where the Rat King wasn't always sort of trapped just in a closet. We had versions where it was trapped in a larger area and it was just turning on the power that opened a door, and that's what allowed it to escape. And in some of those versions we played with, actually, when the lights first turn on, like seeing it move past and seeing its silhouette briefly. All of those things ended up being, I think, just a little bit too much.
Though it may be somewhat surprising when it comes to the most ostentatious enemy in The Last of Us Part 2, small, specific choices make all the difference in this scenario's development. All of this excruciatingly tense buildup explodes in a moment of horrible catharsis, when the Rat King bursts through the wall of an ambulance Abby is rummaging through. The player knows now that Abby is in an enclosed space with very few exits, and the Rat King's ferocious hello is immediately disorienting, which was, of course, on purpose.
You hear this thing way more before you see it. And the timing and the beat structure there was all influenced by the audio.
So much of the timing of that animation was very much affected by coordinating with the audio. And so, I had done a pass, given it to Bo, and he did a pass, and we just kind of like stretched it and gave it more time because we wanted that reveal to just be this slow, audio only reveal. As like, before you see what this thing is, before anyone knows what's happening, to have Abby have enough time to get what she needs, and then slowly kind of like hear this unsettling thing come closer and closer. And we've got this incredible spatial audio that you can hear going across the background, and then you finally see the reveal.
That holy hell sense of disorienting terror doesn't end at the reveal. Abby's and the player's panic segues into the next part of the Rat King sequence, a chase through a bit of the abandoned hospital wing. Abby's fight or flight instinct kicks in, and let's be honest, no one in Abby's position would want to fight such a horrifying monster. This chase didn't always exist. Abby originally fought the monster right away, but its inclusion helped the team solve some pacing and difficulty aspects of the eventual fight.
Early on, the chase sequence didn't exist. The entire chase was originally another phase of fighting the monster. There were sort of two problems that we were trying to solve when we explored adding the chase. It was, for one, the fight was just lasting a really long time. If you imagine an entire extra phase of fighting, like, there's a certain point where, our game is about scarce resources, and having, 33% more or 50% more fighting happening, it just starts to strain believability. It turns a lot of the fight into just scavenging mid-fight. and it was a little bit repetitious at a certain point.
The development team was also having a tough time cracking the transition that saw the Rat King and Abby falling through the floor to another arena where the main showdown takes place. Transitioning this portion from a fight to a chase sequence allowed the team to amp up the Rat King's menacing aura, while simultaneously getting players to a point where they and the Rat King could be in close enough proximity to tumble through the floor together.
The first thing we did was just build like a really cheap scripted gurney that when the Rat King walked up to it, it just sort of like smoothly like slid out of the way, just to get that feeling of like it's bearing down on you. You're having to like slow down for obstacles, and then he just doesn't slow down at even a moment. He throws them out of the way. You're squeezing through things. You're running into false corners and getting turned around. Once we added the chase sort of fulfills the most obvious initial answer to encountering a monster like this. You should just run away, right? It's bigger than anything you've ever seen. It's way more armored than a bloater, those are already big tanks, hard to take down. Like, everyone's initial reaction is, I should just run away from this. So building in the chase scene allowed people to immediately like let that out a little bit and get into that space that feels natural.
Fleeing from a monstrous amalgam of undead creatures trying to kill you is a pretty natural first response. But inevitably, Abby learns she can't outrun such a nightmare. She has to face it head on. Abby turns into fight mode and readies herself to actually, hopefully, just maybe, take this thing down. Armed with whatever players accumulated in the sections prior, the Rat King fight itself is a fascinating one. While it is perhaps the most traditional boss encounter in The Last of Us Part 2, it's not a moment in which players need to immediately learn a brand new set of moves. While the team toyed with this idea, they eventually decided to lean into the player's existing skill set.
We played around with that a little bit early on, but got to a point where we wanted to focus in on this being a fight that you play through with the mechanics you've learned throughout the whole game, but have it feel like it's being used against an enemy and in a context that is sort of like a level above anything you've run into before.
That thought process not only applies to Abby's loadout, but also the moveset of the Rat King itself, which actually calls back to the insta-kill ability of bloaters in The Last of Us 1.
The actual moves that it runs is like a hybrid of pretty much all of the infected. Like a T1 bloater, so he has like really instant kill radius attacks. But he also has moves that we developed for the Shambler, the new infected type for Last of Us 2. So he'll charge and he'll do like in-place spore cloud explosions, acid clouds. And on top of that, he can still throw pustules, and he has his aggressive charge that will actually impact you and instant kill you as well. Which is a T2 Last of Us Part 2 bloater move.
That doesn't mean the developers didn't make some intriguing twists to set the mood of this fight and convey the inherent horror of the encounter. If you had a harder time seeing the Rat King from a distance, that was intentional.
We were really specific with like how long the sight lines would be in this layout, directly tied to how much light you could actually cast. Because we wanted a moment of like fear. Like, you didn't know where the character was, but like here comes the Rat King like charging down this hallway towards you, and you couldn't see him. You could only hear him until he catches like I think we tuned it down to like 8 meters or something like that for your flashlight.
But don't feel cheated. True to Naughty Dog's excellent attention to detail, there's a bit of in-universe explanation for your flashlight not working as well.
Our real-time fog tech takes a big stage to create that atmosphere down there. It's really, really dense, and that helps justify why our flashlight doesn't go so far. But yeah, it's one of our tricks. We tune flashlight settings per space. So like, you could walk into a different room and boom, your flashlight's just not as good anymore.
But of course, doing your best to whittle away a foe you can't always see well, who will corner you in seemingly tough dead ends, is just the first part of the fight. The Rat King has one surprise up its slimy sleeves that no other infected does.
Probably the biggest thing that makes it stand apart is the fact that it splits apart halfway through the fight.
That split created one of the more interesting sets of design challenges for the team. Firstly, how to convincingly make this creature separate from the body without disobeying the laws of physics already established in this universe.
The size of the stalker that is attached, while he's attached, is actually about 20% bigger than what you end up fighting, which was, we wanted to be able to keep it at that larger size, but leaning into those goals of having it played out with normal mechanics, we had to honor that you should be able to melee fight with that stalker enemy. In order for melee to make sense at all with that enemy, we actually needed to, during the split, replace the actor with a different one that's the same size, and make sure it looks, bloodied in the same way, and all this, so that it's seamless to the player, but it's actually a smaller enemy that you start fighting.
The smaller Super Stalker that goes off on its own can't be killed yet, because the player is meant to chase it once the main body is taken down. But it's still part of combat for a stretch of time, and so the developers needed to balance how big a threat it could be.
Then your split off Super Stalker was like trying to ambush you. He was hiding in the shadows and trying to pick moments to flank you to make it really, really engaging. Of course, we tuned it so it wasn't too difficult, but their behaviors specifically for the Super Stalker and how it's trying to ambush you and hide changes as the fight goes on. When you're fighting him solo, he's kind of like a different calculated beast.
Part of what allows the Super Stalker to be employed this way, to not become the center point of your focus when you're meant to take down the much bigger baddie in front of you, is a fighting arena designed to let the Rat King be as intimidating as possible, and let the player feel capable of pulling off a number of successful last-minute escapes. Considering the amount of adrenaline pumping through your body as you fight the Rat King, it's likely not the first thing you notice, but this arena is carefully designed to loop in on itself, no matter what branch of it you blindly run down.
A lot of the intention of this space was with very specific sightlines, so long sightlines. We have that like large corridor going down, but then pretty much every branch that you decide to go into acts as its own loop. And each loop has its own puzzle, right? So like you can get around either like by breaking a window and vaulting through, or taking like a squeeze through that's kind of hidden. I think in the main room it's more obvious. There's just like a center pillar that you can like loop around right there.
It took a lot of iteration to settle on the clever final layout of the arena, which always keeps the player moving.
We built it with almost every room had at least 2 like pretty distinct exits, if not 3. And we found that actually was making the fight worse. Players would run in loops in very small sections of the level. The Rat King would be doing these shambler bursts, so there'd be gas clouds, and people would just get turned around and completely lost. Like, it was hard for people to make a map of the space. At one point, we did this big pass where we closed off a bunch of connections. We even intentionally added a few pretty much dead ends, where the only way to get out was to have these really close call runouts where you're just dashing just outside of the range of the Rat King. And it was like a light switch was flipped, because the next focus test we did, all of a sudden people weren't getting lost as much. They were fighting the Rat King a lot more than they were, and they were just rating the level a lot higher.
The Rat King will come in and like dynamically destroy walls, and this opens up sight lines as well as like easier paths through pretty much each space that it could get into. It works in such a way where the Rat King can get within just meters of you, but you've got somewhere to go. You can scramble away pretty much everywhere.
The end result is a breathless but cathartic fight for Abby. The Rat King is this new, seemingly unstoppable foe, but by the time you actually fight it, Naughty Dog has given you all the mechanical knowledge to actually take it down. And even if Abby's world soon returns to something much more human as the rest of The Last of Us Part 2's story plays out, the Rat King sticks with you. As the team reflected on crafting this particularly harrowing sequence of the sequel, many of them spoke to how it represents so much more than just a unique boss fight, even if some of that layered intention came out organically while developing it, rather than being a stated mission from the start.
It needed to feel like this intense, scary thing that needed to be overcome, and help Abby stand out as like having gone through that trial and having that be meaningful. As we started developing it, I noticed at some point that there's a big parallel between Abby having sort of monstrous experiences in hospitals.
And I think that the Rat King particularly, to me was meant to feel really like a descent for Abby. It is a literal descent. She's kind of descending into this place that has been untouched for a long time and was kind of a origin point for the infection in this area. So the idea that there's something down there sort of festering in the dark, I think speaks to a lot of the themes of The Last of Us as a whole.
You can see her trauma with her dad taking place in this like hospital environment, and then having part of her redemption arc being going in and sort of like conquering a monster in that same sort of environment. That's one of my favorite aspects of how this relates to her story, is that parallel.
The Rat King reflected something greater than itself, not just in how it came to represent Abby's journey, but also in how it crystallizes just how much of a team effort every aspect of The Last of Us Part 2 is.
The fact that our games can come out, considering how big they are, how ambitious, I think really speaks to our ability to collaborate as a team.
We have a huge environment art team, all of our art directors, our animators and our animation leads, all the game directors, Neil, our level designers. All of this is an iterative process over months and months of everyone really putting their heart into it and really wanting to make this section of the game work really, really well. So it's definitely something that I'm proud of, and I think a lot of people that worked on it are.
Thank you so much for watching our latest Art of the Level. Let us know what games and levels you would like to see us dive into next, and for another look at a memorable PlayStation moment, be sure to watch our Art of the Level on Ghost of Tsushima's opening credits scene.
Kalau cumna Philip mea pur.
Mea J?
Sampai muna nyawak. Ite yang azo ikuhu ni angage. Ano si nota din niya napet?
Che Oreti.
The Quarry is Supermassive Games' spiritual successor to Until Dawn, a brand new 10-hour horror game unconnected to its not-so-distant cousin, the Dark Pictures anthology series. It heavily evokes classic teen horrors, sticking close to the path that made Until Dawn so successful. Also, like Until Dawn, this path branches off in various different directions, twisting and turning along the way until you reach one of its 186 unique ending variations. From the 3 hours I spent with its first 3 acts, I was constantly reminded reminded of what made Until Dawn so enjoyable and fresh when it was first released. While The Quarry may not be treading as much new ground, it definitely got its hooks into me with its gorgeous cinematic presentation and overall affection for the horror movies it's so clearly in love with. The Quarry wears its influences on its blood-soaked sleeve. The summer camp setting of Friday the 13th, the teens versus monster nature of Cabin in the Woods, and the winking self-awareness of Scream. All of this occurs while the echoes of Deliverance's banjo strings can be heard pinging off of the trees. My hands-on time included bursts of gore, heartfelt moments between characters, and a couple of jump scares to boot. It never threatened to once take itself too seriously though, firmly remembering to put the laughter into slaughter. Just take one look at the casting and you'll be able to see what Supermassive is going for here, with cult horror actors such as Scream's David Arquette and The Evil Dead's Ted Raimi giving you a not so warm welcoming to Hackett's Quarry summer camp.
You're not gonna make it to Hackett's Quarry. Not tonight.
After an unsettling and ultimately gruesome prologue, Act 1 of The Quarry begins on the very last day of camp. The kids have all gone home and only the counsellors and Arquette's Mr. Hackett remain. You switch between controlling 9 different camp counsellors as they spend the next couple of hours preparing for one final big blowout party in the evening before heading home. What can go wrong? Well, inevitably a lot. I won't spoil the shocks here, but rest assured there's more than one threat to be wary of in The Quarry. I've seen glimpses of spooky supernatural stuff, snarling beasts of some sort, and a creature I have no idea how to describe that popped up right at the end of my playtime. Plus of course the most dangerous game, man. It is hunting season after all. It's hard to not take notice of the stunning cinematography when playing The Quarry, which is without a doubt a graphical and artistic step up over Until Dawn.
It's like a goddamn Bob Ross.
It employs the age-old Renaissance art chiaroscuro technique, which uses high contrasting areas of light and dark to allow for unexpected surprises to burst out of heavily shadowed areas. You'll have seen this in all kinds of horror cinema, from old classics such as The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari to modern films like 2017's It. The technique is used perfectly in the prologue, when a wholly creepy cop played by Raimi appears from the darkness to startle a couple bathed in the comforting light of their car.
Oh my god, my heart just exploded.
This impressive technical care is not just in the lighting though. The improved camera work makes The Quarry feel like Supermassive's most cinematic game yet. Tight, claustrophobic framing ramps up the tension, which works hand in hand with the highly detailed facial animations captured at Digital Domain, the visual effects company behind the MCU's Thanos. It's not just a real step up from Until Dawn, but downright some of the most impressively animated faces I've ever seen in a game. They really bring the characters to life, before you choose to swiftly inflict death upon them, that is. And those demises wouldn't mean nearly as much though, without first having got to know the 9 playable leads. This is where The Quarry's first 2 chapters spend a lot of their focus, developing bonds between each of the camp counsellors and crucially, the player. There's a classic mix of teen horror archetypes to be found within the group. Jacob, the overconfident jock, Emma, the extroverted romantic interest, and Dylan, the edgy oddball. At times they err a little on the edge of caricatures, but in all honesty, this is what Supermassive is going for. A fun ode to horror delivered with a chuckle and a tongue so far into its cheek it threatens to burst through. There are strong performances throughout too, with an impressive ensemble of established stars and upcoming talent. Early standouts include Detective Pikachu's Justice Smith, Modern Family's Ariel Winter, and my pick of the bunch, Brenda Song, as the charismatic and quippy de facto group leader Caitlin.
Nice shot.
Getting all of these playable characters right is crucial in a game like this, but the joy is that even if you don't get along with them, you can take pleasure in serving them with as delicious a death as you desire. While all the choices I made during the opening couple of acts didn't lead to any deaths, I was assured by director Will Biles that there are many to see. Choice really is the name of the game though. Play it sensibly and you could leave Hackett's Quarry with all 9 of your characters alive. But if you ask me, where's the fun in that? For those familiar with Until Dawn, the gameplay experience isn't hiding any surprises of its own. Sections of exploration to gather clues are punctuated with conversations and dialogue choices that can both subtly and overtly alter the story. In tense situations, quick-time events will sometimes pop up, but these are often less of a test of reactions than they are another choice to be made. Maybe you just want to deliberately let someone smack their head on a tree to see what happens. As ever, the quarry will react accordingly. It seems that there really are no wrong decisions to be made, only the ones that feel the most enjoyable or beneficial to the story for you at that moment. So far, the best have been choices that seemed inconsequential but will inevitably lead to someone's demise hours down the road. For example, I chose to climb down a ladder early on for nothing of significance to happen, apart from being notified that the ladder is now close to falling off of the wall. I apologise in advance to whoever I've accidentally killed by doing this. Beyond its improvements in choice-based storytelling and cinematic presentation, Supermassive is taking extra strides to make the quarry as accessible an experience as possible. An example of this is that QTEs are now simple flicks of the analog stick instead of face button presses, so players unfamiliar with controllers won't be scrambling to find the right button. On the odd occasion that combat takes place, minimal accuracy is needed when aiming a gun, with a large flashlight beam replacing a small reticle. For players who don't want to take control of any combat encounters at all, there's the option to turn them off completely and let them play out automatically. The same can be said for each aspect of the game, ranging from quick time events to exploration. All of these different gameplay mechanics can be toggled on or off at the start of your playthrough to tailor it specifically to your liking and ability. In fact, if all you're looking for is to put the controller down completely and watch the action play out, there's even movie mode. This essentially lets you predetermine the behaviour of each of the 9 characters at the start of the story before watching it all unfold. Will they be cautious or confident? Polite or standoffish? The possibilities are numerous, and we'll go into these systems in further detail later this month as part of IGN First. 3 hours with the quarry gave me exactly what I expected from a spiritual successor to Until Dawn, for better and worse. Mechanically, it's not moved on a bunch in the 7 years it's been since Rami Malek first freaked us all out. This is still very much an interactive movie, and Supermassive makes no apologies about that. The love for decades of horror movies is on show for all to see, and the basic but effective gameplay of frequent tough decisions is perfect for the genre. You may be only making one significant button press every few minutes, but they each hold a huge amount of weight. It's still hard to know what the repercussions will be, either immediately or 6 hours down the line. It's that slow building of tension and sudden release of excitement that makes for a great horror movie, and it's a promising sign that the quarry is heading in the right direction. For more on the quarry, check out gameplay of the prologue in full, and stay tuned all throughout April for more on the game.
It is quite beautiful.
Yeah, in a everything here wants to kill you kind of way.
You know I'm a world changer.
Let's finish this.
PlayStation.
Holy shit.
Nathan Drake has survived his fair share of spectacular action sequences. But from outrunning collapsing skyscrapers to cargo hopping thousands of feet in the air, arguably Nathan's most complex and powerful set piece came during the midpoint of Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. This particular chase blends so many gameplay ideas, terrain, and complex scene switching without missing a beat. It's a dance of dodges and jumps, chaotic but artfully tuned explosions, and just the right amount of banter that never lets the momentum stop.
Do you want to drive? Oh, you're doing just fine.
On the back of the dark challenging The Last of Us, Uncharted 4 reminded us of just how well the studio can translate the blockbuster action of a summer popcorn flick into interactive form. This chase sequence is Naughty Dog at its most audacious, pushing itself to grow in scope while never losing sight of its characters, and it results in a game and franchise high. To find out more about how the sequence came together, IGN spoke to 2 Naughty Dog developers about the wider studio's approach to action, how it challenged itself with this particular sequence, and some of the incredible tricks it used to make an already massive undertaking feel that much more grand. This is Art of the Level. In a quest to outpace and outsmart their latest opponents, Rafe and the Nadine Ross-fronted private military company Shoreline, Nate, Sully, and Sam split up into 2 teams to explore Kings Bay for clues leading them to a pirate treasure hoard. Experience beats out money in this case, and after one of Uncharted 4's better puzzle-solving sequences, Nate and Sully plan to meet up with Sam after having gathered what they needed. But Shoreline has one upper hand on them. Nate forgets about that pesky technology known as GPS.
You do realize that your phones are equipped with GPS, right?
Having realized Rafe tracked him and his cohorts down, Nate and Sully begin their escape, at first stealthily, but very quickly in expectedly dramatic fashion, as they hope to meet up with Sam and outrun their competition. And thus begins a surprisingly lengthy but never boring race/platforming brawl/chase rooted in 2 pillars of Uncharted's action ethos. Purposefully related to the characters and story it finds itself in, and purposefully cool, fun, and surprising for the player.
We've kind of laid out the story structure. We know where the highs and lows are, and in particular, this particular sequence was sort of the midpoint, if you will. There's a lot of emotional charges of, these brothers being reunited, and we knew that at some point we wanted all of the sort of dynamics, Nate, Sam, Sullivan, Nadine, Rafe, and all the history that came with that to sort of crescendo at a midpoint in this almost like a false victory, if you will, or some sort of the band's back together.
Naughty Dog's Sean Eskai explained the beats he and the rest of the team hoped this sequence would hit. There's the thrill of the chase itself, of course, but at this point in the story, Nate's recently been reunited with his brother, and now, with the enemies at the gates, he can't stand the thought of losing Sam again. The whole sequence is not just about escape, but reunion as well, where the player is battling through several levels of hell to get to Nate's brother.
The entire sort of chase sequence there is about that turmoil. Like I see it as part of the turmoil, and that's kind of what dictates like how much odds we want to put in front of Nate, how many obstacles we want to put in front of him. That sort of is symbolic of that turbulence inside. So that's kind of how we fuse the gameplay with narrative. We're looking for opportunities to say, what's the worst thing that could happen to our character on the stick that matches his emotional state or even punctuates it in some way.
That's not to say the developers didn't intend for this chase to be cool as hell. They did, as Naughty Dog's Kurt Marganow explained.
Every set piece that we do kind of has a different purpose. Sometimes the purpose is to be cool, and kind of is in this case. The beat boards, when we do our levels, have this kind of notation of like little circles and squares of like beats of gameplay. It's like, oh, we're gonna do like puzzle stuff here, and then we're gonna do this, and kind of understand that the location we're in.
This sequence certainly excels as that adrenaline-pumping high point. Much of it done in surprising ways we'll explain later. But just as Naughty Dog enthralls you with what's on the forefront of Drake's mind, getting back to his brother, it's just as concerned with series staple Elena.
We wanted this to be the peak of the adventure, the highest high, probably of the whole game, where Nate is fully forgotten about Elena, completely wrapped up in everything, has like fully bonded with Sam, and then we want to pull that all out from under you when Elena shows up.
Treasure is as good as ours.
Kind of the purpose of it is to be crazy, bombastic, to just the most off-the-wall, crazy Uncharted shit, to like make the player forget about that relationship as well, to make you forget about the lie that he's telling to his wife.
But before we get to the chase's end, let's start at the beginning, as Nate, Sully, and the player drive with reckless abandon through King's Bay. The first section of the Madagascar chase may seem fairly simple at first. The player, as Nate, is driving to Sam's location to save him while also trying to avoid the firepower of Shoreline. But having the player in the driver's seat immediately posed some problems for Naughty Dog.
How do we even drive a car in a way that is like a chase, like a movie chase, that's exciting? Because in a movie, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can point the camera at whatever. Someone is chasing you from behind. If someone's chasing you from behind, and I'm driving a car, that's not very exciting in a game because I can't see what's behind me. It's really hard to get the player to run away from stuff.
One of Naughty Dog's solutions for this hurdle was the closest thing the sequence has to a boss character, the massive truck that appears in front of the player throughout the race to Sam's tower. The truck meant the chase becomes about avoiding something you can actively see and doesn't force the player to worry about swinging the camera between a front and rear view to keep an eye on the road and this monstrous truck.
That moment-to-moment of escaping the turret truck. So the turret truck is always kind of trying to be in front of the player. So it has this network of essentially rails that it's on, that every street it has the ability to get to be like, has kind of a predictive spot in front of the player that it wants to be in. So no matter where you're going, it's going to like try to be there.
Like the monster from It Follows, inevitably the truck seems to find you. And it took some bespoke tech to make sure the truck, and it's just a single truck, not a series of strategically placed clones, would always remain a pest for the player.
We didn't want to fake it. We wanted to be as real as possible, where essentially you can tell the truck, go to this point in the world, and it'll be like, okay, I'm going to path to get there. And it's going to go really fast to try to get there sometimes. So we changed the speed a lot, because it is trying to be in an ideal position.
Speeding up and slowing things down to lend a moment that sense of surprise is a trick Marganow said the studio often uses to make its actions satisfying for the player. Here, it's being employed along a large stretch of territory again and again, but that's not the only inventive way the studio crafted this level to lend it its brilliant mix of choreographed chaos. That truck will often come at the player and force a split-second decision over which of two paths they must take, leading to a number of forks in the road that could lead to variably different paths, but they ultimately need to lead to the same next leg of the chase. Marganow explained that the devs wanted players to always feel like they were in the midst of this city. Eventually, yes, if you made only right turns at each fork, you'd hit an outer edge, but the studio crafted what he described as jug handle-shaped turns to funnel players back into the middle without it being obvious.
So if you were to look at like a top-down view of this section of where you're just avoiding the turret truck, it's just a bunch of these little forks and then kind of splits, and there's never really a solid edge to it. But then we wanted to like pinch you into this moment of going down the stairs with the market and smashing through a bunch of cool shit. And there's like multiple ways to get into that stairwell, so it always feels like the player is just like come across, oh shit, now I'm in this market with a thing.
The panic that comes with a massive, faceless truck pelting you with bullets could, understandably, cause the player to make a turn or two they didn't intend. But luckily, the city streets are not only designed to eventually funnel you back to where you need to exit, the entire geography is designed so that you always know where your destination is.
One of the best ways in this crazy, chaotic sequence to know which way to go is to like put the whole thing on a hill. So if I know to just go downhill, I can just, no matter what, whether I can see my goal or not, I know that downhill is the correct way.
All of this keeps the player's attention focused ahead of them, despite speeding through a particularly large, vibrant city. And it's a city you only see for perhaps seconds at a time, and there's quite a lot of it. But Naughty Dog employs some particularly clever tools to ensure everything loads smoothly on the PS4.
The level loading process is always so much work. You have to occlude things, you have to make sure that when I'm here, I'm unloading the stuff behind me. Well, what if the player turns around to like go behind you? When we built it for E3, we didn't really have the loading figured out, so we knew we were gonna have to fix that somehow. The way we did was kind of a dirty trick that no one really ever noticed, and I'm kind of glad, but I'm kind of sad because it was like so dumb and clever. There's these big archways in the city, and they have these big ass doors on them, and like once you drive through, the doors just like magically close behind you, and then we dump the whole level behind you.
The sequence is also one filled with destructible environmental touches, like street vendor carts. The developers knew players expected a certain level of destructibility after showcasing it at E3, but there was a problem.
Whenever you crash into something and those little pieces physicalize, and it's using the physics, using memory essentially to do that, like runtime memory. So you can actually game it where you can infinitely drive around there, which means you can infinitely break stuff and all the physicalized pieces. So we had to do a bunch of like very economical things, but we didn't want to sacrifice like how much stuff was there. We'd already shown this at E3, like we want this destructibility of the world to be that realized, so we just like had to find a way.
Physicalized, in short, means to imbue those elements with physics so that they react appropriately and spectacularly when, say, a truck comes smashing into them. The problem here was that too many items were being rendered as physicalized past the point where it matters. A demolished fruit stand streets behind served no purpose and would just eat up memory. To avoid this without restricting player freedom, the developers engineered ways to manage memory by turning the physicalization on and off again as players neared objects.
We can essentially detect like that it has settled, like that the pieces have laid on the ground enough, and then like turns it back off again. So they're still there on the ground solid, but then if you get close again, it turns it back on. So there's kind of this like constant thing to make sure that no like large amount of stuff was ever using too much memory at any time. This
might seem like a small thing. After all, how much attention does a player pay to a smashed up fence or cart in the midst of a high-speed chase, unless you're stopping in photo mode, of course. But it speaks to Naughty Dog's fervent attention to detail, and the way the studio has grown from game to game and generation to generation. Naughty Dog's impressive endeavor to create a seamless, thrilling chase sequence doesn't just end at this chaotic drive. Nathan Drake's particularly brutal day continues onward into its next major segment, a convoy chase that sees players hopping from one truck to the next, taking out enemies with reckless abandon. Though that's not before a pair of simultaneously stunning yet punishing moments.
Oh, crap.
Nate and Sully part ways as the former makes a rope-swinging leap that sends him hurtling through scaffolding and sliding through the mud as he pulls his way onto an enemy vehicle. While a less intensive moment for the player, it's by no means less impressive as Naughty Dog ensures everything works in context with a moment of lucky adventurer timing.
And this is probably a moment that most people don't even see, but like as you're kind of approaching that moment, you see the truck like hits a highway sign and like the crane like breaks and kind of swings out over in a very serendipitous way for the player to see the opportunity to use your rope mechanic that you've been trained on.
Drake's been relying on rope swinging since his early days, but A Thief's End improves its usefulness in a way that has only continued to evolve in future Naughty Dog games. Yes, we're still not over The Last of Us Part 2's rope physics either. This next little moment where Drake is dragged along on a rope, shooting at enemies and climbing his way to his next goal, signified how the developers unified all of their different rope mechanics in this sequel.
We made a big push in Uncharted 4 to like unify the rope system like into the mechanic that you see in the game with combat and all these things, but also like the wall running and climbing up and down it, which we had as two separate types of like ropes before, and we kind of made it into one. So the concept is really, it's like, oh, well, dragging behind a car is really just that, but on its side, on the ground, with some custom animations.
In this massive convoy sequence, Marganau said they wanted to build on similar, all-out sequences in Uncharted's past, but give it a degree of, well, infinite possibility. The developers had shown a version of it at E3, but it was engineered to the point that, had the player not jumped at the right time, the whole thing broke because there was a finite amount of road. Now, the problem was to make so much road that the developers could account for a ton of variety in how long it took players to progress forward through the convoy line. To make this happen, the team worked on creating a believable enough loop that both the world itself as well as the enemies could cycle through so that the player was always pressured to keep moving forward while never running out of road or obstacles to overcome. And all that has to be accomplished while making sure players realize they can jump into or drive other vehicles along the way.
It's a big loop of background geometry. Essentially 3 rails. There's like the middle rail that a bunch of the big trucks are on. There's kind of these infinite tributaries of smaller vehicles, commandeerable vehicles, and bikes that can come out at any moment. And there's kind of slots that they're in. So it's like this whole dance of like the 2 big trucks are here and then the smaller ones are kind of outside and they'll move and that slot is there, but you can blow up any of those smaller vehicles at any time.
This slotting mechanism meant there would always be cars to contend with or jump to, and that if the player was, say, preoccupied on annihilating all their foes before moving to another vehicle, something else could be spawned to let them move forward.
I like to use the word choreography because it feels like that, where you are moving things unbeknownst to the player in order to like create an experience for them that has like a beginning, middle, and end in like this linear way, in a very non-linear space that is like an infinite loop that you can just go forever around and infinitely respawning things. And where do you author like where these things come out from? Like behind a building, they're kind of spawning a car to like come out and like join the convoy in a way where the player never sees that.
So much of the magic of this sequence lies in what you don't realize is making it work. You're never questioning how long this road is, like in, say, the never-ending runway of Fast and Furious 6's plane chase, nor do you wonder where all these bad guys are pulling up from. By now, the developers have established the threat of Shoreline as well as cemented the scale of spectacle. And with everything working as soundly together as it does, from the slotting mechanism's design to enemy AI to the art design of passing buildings and rock formations, all your attention is focused on, as S-Guy emphasizes, Drake's personal goal of getting to his brother.
And though Sam's always right there, he's always, too close but too far at the same time, right? Like that feeling of like always within reach but not close enough.
Of course, he eventually does catch up to Sam, but the sequence isn't quite over, because that relentless truck that would give the one in Steven Spielberg's Duel a run for its money is back for one last gasp. But as Marganel puts it, not only is this sequence a little less demanding on the player, it's also more reliant on animation than technical design, thanks to how it's constructed.
We have a system already that kind of lets us aim out of animations. So that was like really, really heavy on animation work to get that. There's a little bit of a kind of push and pull and speed scaling stuff to really get those moments. The way I picture that whole sequence, it's kind of the cool down, icing on the cake finale of the whole thing, where it's like, okay, the hard part is over. You did all the crazy convoy madness, and now it's like, this thing has shown up again. I just want to finish it now and then show you the craziest, most bombastic stuff being destroyed in the docks and people running out of the way and like particle effects and just fill the screen with as much like bombast as possible.
Taking down the truck is a moment of triumph. You've survived everything Shoreline and Naughty Dog has thrown at you over the last 10 minutes or so, and it ends in one of Uncharted 4's most iconic images, where Nate and Sam stand in that mixture of victory and relief with the underlying excitement to continue on to the next leg of their adventure. And then, it all comes crashing down when Nate is confronted by one understandably pissed off person, Elena.
It was one of those sequences that it was kind of a hinge point in the story, like the high before the fall, right? The false victory, if you will. Like we're riding high. We got the, we know where Libertalia is. We know how to get there, and there's this feeling that, okay, they're gonna make it. It's gonna be great. And they're walking into the room, and it's just the eyes go wide, and it's like, Elena's there, right? So it's kind of the back to reality moment. There's a feeling of wholeness again from Nate, and then that conflicting with the extended family, Sullivan, and the new family, Elena, right? Like, and those dynamics are now at odds, where Sullivan sees through Sam's sort of deceit or intent, and doesn't know how do you warn someone that you consider sort of a son, but isn't a son, about someone who's a brother, right? For Nate, it's like, how do you make a choice between your brother and Elena, your wife, right? Like it's all about this very conflictive situation.
Even small staging decisions, as Eskai notes, can ground a massive action scene in Uncharted's characters. Like the way Nate jumps from Sully to Sam in the scope of the larger chase, to Sully now being minimized in the scene that follows. It's a powerful blend of the highs that Naughty Dog's blockbuster action can deliver, and the emotional gut punches that its storytelling can do just as well. And it's one players will get to re-experience, or perhaps see for the first time, when the Legacy of Thieves collection is released on the PS5. Marga now explained that the PS5 allowed for some past visual limitations to be removed. A sequence like the chase will still play as it previously did, of course, but the next-gen leap allowed the devs to start to mess around with one of the PS5's marquee features, its haptics.
We wrote a whole new way, like when you're driving the vehicle, there's like a bunch of different systems in place in the vehicle itself. Every tire is modeled, and how much it is gripping or slipping on the ground is modeled and then reflected like in stereo on the controller in haptics. You can kind of feel what every tire is doing just from holding a controller.
That's just the start of Naughty Dog's work on the latest PlayStation console, but it's not difficult to see what even the studio's earlier PS4 work like A Thief's End represents by revisiting this sequence. It's a daring blend of storytelling, wildly creative technical solutions that deliver thrilling action, and a surprisingly lengthy but always cohesive moment. Even 5 years later, it remains a tremendous example of the scale and detail at which Naughty Dog can craft its adventures. Just as impressive as a new generation begins as it was near the early days of the last one.
Let's get out of here.
Thank you so much for watching Art of the Level. For more on Naughty Dog's work, be sure to check out our breakdown of The Last of Us Part 2's memorable Rat King fight. And check out all of our Art of the Levels for developer commentary and critical insight into some of gaming's best levels.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming. My story doesn't end hiding in these woods. I should be out there, finding out who I am, who Loki is.
I will not allow you to pick a fight with gods.
I don't want to fight anyone. I just want answers.
And if those answers lead to war with Asgard,
maybe that's what Mother wanted.
we do not know what Mother wanted.
Well, I recognize that dour expression anywhere. Odin's got tricks up his sleeve we haven't dared to consider.
What if there was someone who could help us?
You mean Tyr, the old god of war in these lands, who is dead?
Well, for a dead man, Odin seemed pretty keen on seeing he wasn't found.
If he's out there, we gotta find him.
Come in. What in all yarns be that happened to him?
We're trying to stop Ragnarok, to help people. And what if the only way to do that is war?
War is not the only way.
Stop thinking like a father for a moment and start thinking like a general.
No! You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you a calm and reasonable person? moments of crisis. Panic does nothing. Harness it. Let it serve you.
Here!
Are you coming with us?
You'll get your answer soon enough. Well, some of them. PlayStation.
Hey everyone, my name's Glenn Andrew Brown and I worked on the music team for Returnal. I'm going to be showing you behind the scenes of some of the music systems that we at PlayStation Studios created for the newly released Ascension DLC. For those of you who are already familiar with the game, this is a totally new biome and world for you to explore. There's new maps, new narrative sections, a new boss, and lots of combat. So without further ado, welcome to the music of the Tower of Sisyphus. So notice as you wake up here the use of some 3D positional bells. Now the bells are designed to really draw you deeper into and up the tower. Now we'll come back to these later as this is by no means the last time you're going to hear them. So this tower is never ending. You keep battling your way through each level and climbing higher and higher, with the enemies getting stronger the further you progress. And one of the things we tried to achieve with the music was a sense of never-ending rising tension. The higher you climb in the tower, the more intense the combat music becomes. One of the key systems we implemented was to have all of the music move up a semitone each time you progress higher in the tower. This means that all combat and explore music was composed, edited, and implemented in all 12 musical keys. Now the combat music works in a combination of both horizontal and vertical implementation. Now basically what that means is that the music responds to the current threat level of the player, or in other words, how much danger you're in. So the more enemies that are attacking you, or the lower your health bar, the more intense the music will become. The more instruments get added and the intensity increases. You can also hear here how the music moves up a key each time the player rises by a level in the tower. Hear those high layers coming in? We applied exactly the same principles of the combat music to the explore music. You can hear here how the music transposes up a key every time you move up in the tower. So I mentioned that our goal here was really to make the music become more intense the higher you are in the tower. As well as changing musical keys, we also composed tons of layers and variations so that the music itself becomes more abstract and airy the higher you climb. Now, as well as there being tons of hardcore combat, the tower also features loads of really cool obstacle course style levels. These levels really give a chance for the explore music to shine. Now, if you've achieved Returnal Jedi Master status and somehow progressed high enough, you will eventually reach the tower's boss. Notice again here how we're using the bells of the boss to really draw you in closer. We're using 3D audio on these to make them positional, and we use them throughout the whole level to really help guide the player exactly where they need to go. Now there's so much more to the tower than just endless carnage. There's a whole new narrative sequence which beautifully builds on the ending of the main game.
This corridor. I know this too. Broken. Restored. Empty.
Returnal has been such a privilege for all of us at PlayStation Studios to work on. There's so much we were able to musically play and experiment with. I feel I've barely scratched the surface here, but I want to thank everybody for watching. We really hope you enjoy the score just as much as you do the game.
Homages and references to movies and video games are nothing out of the ordinary. It's common for developers to hide little Easter eggs to let the audience go,
I understood that reference.
but Sifu's first level, The Squats, goes beyond just simple homage. Yes, it's a level born entirely out of love of Asian martial arts cinema, but that love and the audience's connection to obvious cinematic callouts allows developer Slowclap to create something memorable in its own right. From the raid-esque premise of battling your way through a drug-riddled apartment complex guarded by junkies and thugs, to the Bamboo Forest-inspired boss fight that's sure to bring some Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon memories up to the surface, to a near-perfect recreation of one of the most famous fight scenes in all of cinema, The Squats is littered with scenes any fan of martial arts movies will recognize. And yet, The Squats rises above mere imitation by using these cinematic nods as the bedrock for teaching players how to excel at Sifu's tough but exacting combat. It's a careful tightrope walk of both reverence and a desire to carve out Sifu's own identity, and somehow, Slowclap managed to pull it off. To find out how they managed to nail this balance, we talked with Slowclap co-founder and creative director Jordan Leoni, along with game and combat designer Theo Caselli, who managed to shed some light on both the challenges of the Squat's development, along with the secrets behind its homages. This is Art of the Level.
Okay, let's do this. Drop your weapon.
The Squats is preceded by a tutorial level that teaches you the ins and outs of Sifu's combat. But since you control an essentially invincible character in that narratively important prelude, this level is your first real test in Sifu. It's a proving ground that essentially says, okay, great, you think you know how to fight? Now, these guys are actually going to kill you. And kill you, they very likely will. Even though The Squats is positioned as a fairly easy level in comparison to later stages, it's certainly no pushover. You might survive its first couple of encounters by just mashing the light attack button, But eventually, enemies will start powering through your attacks to land one of their own, surround you and toss projectile from out of your view, and the boss basically demands that you have a firm grasp on Sifu's defensive techniques. But we'll get to that later. What makes the squats such a great first level actually has a lot to do with the fact that it takes place after the prologue. Because the prologue got all of the basic tutorializing out of the way, you know what buttons do what, how some of your unique abilities work, etc. The squats can teach the player practically as opposed to pedantically. Here's an example. As you're climbing up the apartment complex staircases of the squat's first building, you'll run into a guy hanging out next to a railing with a bottle next to your feet. When you throw the bottle at the guy, it stuns him. Now, the tutorial taught you that you can use a directional throw on stunned enemies, but it doesn't reveal that throws are contextually based on the environment. The placement of enemy, railing, and bottle in this example is teaching you early on that you can throw a bottle to stun enemies near railings and then toss them over for an instant kill. And if you didn't pick up on that immediately, you get another shot because the placement is repeated again on the next floor up. And if you didn't pick up on it after that, that's fine too. Not just because you might soon die and get to re-experience the staircase all over again, but because this trick isn't something that's required knowledge in Sifu. It is, however, a powerful piece of information to have that will end subsequent fights faster and reduce the chances of you taking damage if you know what to look for, ultimately leading to an enemy death. That intention of design without making it feel too over-explanatory is key to what makes the level work, and what the developers hope to accomplish, as Caselli notes.
Even if the player played the prologue, it did not really feel the impact importance of the combat in the game, because you know when he's playing Yang, he's invincible, he's rolling through the enemies, while in the first level, it's the first time that you really have to, deal with the consequences of death. So we really didn't want to do especially challenging level. We want the player to, feel the pressure of mobs of enemies rushing at him and having to deal with, aging each time he dies. So the level was not really oriented to be really difficult, but more, introduce slowly but surely the player to what's coming.
The Squats accomplishes this goal wonderfully. While difficulty is subjective, the fact is, it only gets harder from there, and the Squats does a great job of easing players into that difficulty one step at a time through some really clever means. And one of those means is pulling in some cinematically inspired sequences.
Leave these people alone.
Oh, we got ourselves a real-life white knight here.
Oldboy is a classic 2003 Korean action movie with one of the most famous fight scenes in all of cinema. It's a brilliant single-shot brawl through a crowded corridor, notable not only for its gritty, realistic, and brutal choreography, but also because of the way it flattens the action onto a 2D linear plane. The developers of Soul Clap were obviously fans of this scene because, not too long into the Squats, you're greeted with this. Pretty uncanny, right? But what's especially notable about the Oldboy homage in Sifu is how it's not just a throwaway reference tossed in there as one of those aforementioned "I understood that reference" moments. Again, much of the Squats is all about easing players into Sifu's difficulty curve. And what better way to do that than to have the first fight against a crowd of more than 2 to 3 enemies at once be one in which enemies only come from one direction. Slow Clap smartly adapted an iconic movie fight and made it their own so that they could not only pay homage, but also design a combat encounter specifically to ingratiate players to the challenge of fighting a bunch of enemies all at once. Future fights will have you contend with enemies that may be off camera or run up behind you, but here, the whole fight is always in full view, so you can focus on your combos and timing. It's worth noting too that in the actual Oldboy scene, Dae-Soo fights off many more thugs than what the player actually is expected to fight through at such an early point in the game. For fun, let's see what it would look like if it did have 20 enemies packed into this corridor, as we hear Caselli again elaborate on their approach to homages.
When we want to pay homage in Sifu, there is 2 main elements to take into account. It's of course the setting. So in the case of the Oldboy corridor, it's the corridor and the 2D view, but also the types of enemies. Because in Oldboy, he fights a group of people that are not really tough, but he's fighting against this massive group. And we wanted to have this kind of feeling. So for the enemies, we used grunts, but we cannot use as much grunts as we wanted because the game would be too hard. So that's the second aspect of paying homage, is finding the right place to, where the homages stop for the gameplay to take place. Because we want to create a challenge, we want to have a global progression for the player. So we have to find this balance. So okay, it's this scene, we want to recreate that. But also the player might or might not be able to handle that. So we always have to work with both these elements.
And true enough, this sequence hits that balance. Slowclap could have saved this fight for a later moment in the level, or even another level deeper into the game, but they specifically chose to place it here, right at the start, because of the way it facilitates a key early teaching moment. And rather than keep it 100% true to the old boy fight, they adapted it so that it served the needs of the game first and the homage second. While the old boy scene is the most overt reference, the main inspiration for this level is actually the classic Indonesian action film, The Raid. In that movie, a rookie cop joins a dangerous raid on a drug lord's apartment block, and it's a movie complete with guys getting thrown over railings in a low-rent apartment complex, a huge fight in a drug warehouse, and sure enough, even a good old corridor brawl. But the influence of The Raid is never overpowering, and never gets in the way of Sifu establishing its own identity. And going back to that corridor, while the switch from 3D to 2D seems pretty seamless, it actually brought a couple of unique challenges that Slowclap had to deal with.
One thing that was quite difficult was to hide the right wall at the perfect timing, so the player cannot see what is behind when the camera shifts. We needed to hide a lot of objects at a good moment, and also take the control of the camera so the player cannot see what happened.
To illustrate what Leani is talking about, here's a look at the room that's just before the corridor fight. In order to switch the scene to a 2D perspective, the camera must go in this space in order to give a full view of the action. So the developers had to essentially hide this whole room once the player entered the corridor.
Open it! Open up!
The change in perspective couldn't mean a change in the responsiveness of Sifu's combat, which normally utilizes dynamic camera angles that zoom in to really emphasize the impacts of each blow. Without these evocative tools at their disposal in this moment, Slowclap worked hard to really nail home the audio, visual, and rumble effects of every hit in order to make sure that the feel of combat still remained as hard-hitting in 2D as it did in 3D. With the Old Boy Corridor as the first true test of your crowd control abilities, the Squats continues to ramp up the scale of its battles, introducing you to new facets of its combat with each encounter. In the rooftop section that follows shortly after, you'll likely come face to face with your first elite enemy that regains its health when you try to use a finishing move on it. Right after that, you'll have to deal with your first heavy enemy. Next, 2 special elites guarding a shrine and the key that unlocks the level's shortcut. And it culminates in this big fight in the warehouse that is essentially the level's big sink or swim moment. It's worth noting that even with the shortcut that lets you bypass most of the level, you can't skip past this fight. What I love so much about this warehouse fight is that if you just treat it like a straight up fight, then yeah, it's difficult. Enemies surround you from all sides, they'll throw bottles from off screen, and there are plenty of weapons to go around. But it's also a wide open space with plenty of ways to use the environment to your advantage. You can vault over tables to keep the hordes of enemies split up, you could run up the stairs and funnel enemies so that they can only approach from one direction, or you could go even further up the catwalk and lure enemies over so you can toss them off the edge. It not only builds upon every environmental and combat rule that you've learned so far, but it's also an incredible teaching area on its own. The more you play, the more you're able to see what works, what doesn't, and eventually carve a path that allows you to get through the encounter without any deaths. And really, that's what Sifu's all about, and it's encapsulated in this one fight. Of course, this encounter just tests your ability to handle a gang of thugs all at once. The final test of the Squats inverts that idea by pitting you against a single foe. And it's the level's most deadly challenge yet. The Squats is capped off with a climactic boss battle against Fajar that follows suit with the rest of the level in that it's challenging, but never overwhelming. Fajar's patterns are fairly simple, especially in comparison to later bosses. When far away, he will leap off of a surface and do a telegraphed axe kick. When close up, he will do a 2-hit kick, followed by an easily swayable and punishable spinning heel kick. And every now and then, he'll use a sweep attack, but never often enough to really make you feel like you have to fear it. If you know these patterns, and you know how to use your sway technique to get out of the way of his kicks to make him vulnerable, this is an easy fight. But when you first arrive at this boss fight, you haven't had the importance of these defensive techniques drilled into you yet. Fajar acts as that drill.
Come on!
Attacking him straight on doesn't work, as he will block most of your strikes and deal more damage to you than you to him. Blocking doesn't work very well because his kicks deal massive structure damage, and just dodging will get you out of the way of his attacks, but won't give you the counterattack opportunity. If you want to get through this fight without dying, you have to learn how to sway high attacks. His second phase adds a few more attacks to his arsenal, but they still largely follow suit in that, as long as you utilize your sway technique to get out of the way of his attacks, he will always present a large opening for you to punish him. And that's really what this fight is all about, teaching you about the importance of swaying as a defensive technique. Because if you don't know how to use that technique to avoid attacks like the ones Fajar hits you with, you are going to struggle immensely in what's to come. And naturally, as Caselli notes, the developers really want you to learn from this battle.
It's the first real time in the game where the player will have to have some kind of plan to deal with his enemy. That's very important in Sifu because later on in the game, when we will introduce advanced archetypes or other bosses, the player will need to recognize patterns and will need to have some kind of a plan to deal with that.
I have spent 8 long years preparing for this.
Sifu's bosses aren't just memorable for their fights, they also tend to leave an emotional impact as well. One of the concepts explored in Sifu is Wuda, essentially a form of martial morality, and it's one of the reasons why in every boss fight of Sifu, there's a hidden method of sparing them. Fajar is no exception, but why would anyone want to spare this monstrous drug lord who played a hand in the murder of your father? Well, for one, you get a special talisman that helps unlock a secret ending. But one of the great things about Sifu also is that it makes an effort to humanize each of its bosses. In Fajar's case, there's a mysterious room that remains locked all the way until just about the very end of the game, when you're able to find a key to this room inside Yang's sanctuary. Upon investigation, you learn that Fajar is actually terminally ill, and that Yang's the one who's been taking care of him. The two share a very close bond.
In each level there is something kept by the boss, which gives more intel about who the boss is. And for Fajar it was really to give more humanity to this boss. He is quite alone during his life, he don't trust anybody except Yang. And this one was to give him back his humanity.
Among all the bosses in the game, Fajar is the least redeemable, and is still a monster even despite knowing of his condition and his relationship with Yang. But like everything else in the squats, this revelation eases you into the thought that maybe these men and women you're hunting down aren't initially what you think they are. Maybe there's more to the murder of the main character's father than was initially let on. That hidden layer is, in essence, Slow Clap's approach to his homages as well. The squats is so much more than just that level with the old boy fight. It's a level that also exemplifies restraint, and is a prime example of how to teach and test players on the skills that they'll need early on in order to be successful through the rest of the journey as it becomes more difficult. Which, by the way, it totally does in the very next level. But before you leave its dilapidated hallways and massive green rooms, the squats throws tough foes and movie references your way, not just to pull you through your paces or to showcase its inspiration. It proves at every turn that those inspirations can be passed on and transformed into something new. Something that instills new lessons into the player. It's a cycle, much like the ones players will experience over and over again as they overcome Sifu's challenges. But if you're open to learning from each new step, you'll become a master in no time. Thanks for watching this installment of Art of the Level. If you enjoyed this and want to support more deep dives into video game levels and sequences, make sure to check out our previous episodes covering the Margit boss fight in Elden Ring, along with the incredible Uncharted 4 chase sequence. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
magic, both beautiful and powerful, binds together our long history. That common bond we share is the legacy of Hogwarts. Now it is time to add your own story to these hallowed halls and, quite possibly, shape the future of the wizarding world. Every corridor, every portrait, every stone in this castle tells the story of witches and wizards who came before. Here you will meet lifelong friends and grow into your own magical abilities in the classrooms of the world's most talented professors. And while your journey begins at Hogwarts, brewing potions, taming fantastic beasts, and mastering spells, there is a larger world beyond these walls. A world filled with dangers you can't yet imagine. An ancient knowledge long gone from this world. That strange and mysterious talent you possess may be the key to unlocking this dormant power. Your potential is limitless. But what form will it take? The journey ahead will reveal what you stand for. The choices you make now will define the legacy of Hogwarts.
PlayStation
やれやれって感じだわ。ここで決着をつける。オラオラオラオラオラオラ。
クラチナ、ぶっ飛びな。
僕は回転の力を身につけたい。
図に乗るんじゃねえぞ。どう？無駄無駄無駄無駄。遅いんだよ。脱出する。何の？オラオラオラオラ。覚悟はいいか。俺はできた。知れ者がにょっエコーシャボン玉だ。今こそここは私が少しに策がある。
オラが守るぞ。
行くぞ。
協力してやる。オラオダ久々先生スターレハモン罰の時間だ。流し込む。よくも惨殺処刑だ。チャリオッツ
あ、行くわよ。
始末させてもらうぞ。
すべて超えてやる。そのまま眠りな。
てめえ
全力で
ぶちかますぞ。
PlayStation
Hello everyone, my name is Swan, producer at Blue 12 Studio, and today I'm going to show you more about Stray. In Stray, you play as a cat who has fallen inside the mysterious and forgotten city. Separated from his family and injured, he will have to explore and survive in this unwelcoming environment. From the cat's unique point of view, players must navigate their way through the dangers of this unfriendly place, and use the cat's skills to solve puzzles and uncover mysteries along the way. Along his journey, the cat will meet a small drone named B12. Using the drone's ability to interact with objects in the world and communicate with the strange inhabitants of this secluded place, together they will work to learn more about the secrets of this forgotten community of human-like machines. Of course, a cat will always be a cat, and his adventures will be filled with friendly and playful interactions with his new world. But these machines are not the only inhabitants of the city, and some encounters will not be as friendly or safe. Running fast, jumping, and using stealth to avoid dangers will all be vital if you want to escape this city and be reunited with family. Unless you find a way to defend yourself, and the prey might become the hunter. Stray is coming to PS4, PS5 as well as PC in early 2022, and we can't wait to show you more.
Today, From Software is best known for birthing and leading the charge of the Soulsborne genre, a portmanteau named after its Bloodborne and Dark Souls series. But the longer history of the company reveals a more checkered past, a timeline populated by minor hits at best, alongside curious novelties, intriguing failures, and more than a few outright duds. In some ways, From Software emerged out of nowhere in 2011 with the release of the original Dark Souls, the studio's first genuine smash hit. Suddenly, almost overnight, millions of PS3 and Xbox 360 owners around the world were playing a From Software game, likely for the very first time. But to the more dedicated observer, the overnight success of Dark Souls, a streak that continues to this day with the magnificent Elden Ring, was an arduous journey 25 years in the making. Was the success of Dark Souls the culmination of 2.5 decades of honing their craft, or was it mere fluke, a case of the stars aligning and From Software accidentally being in the right place at the right time?
From Software はですね、考え方として、時流に、流されずにですね、我々が作りたいものって、もちろん自分たちで価値のあるものっていうものを生み出していきたいというのが。
Join us as we rekindle the past, sit down to rest at the present, and summon the future of From Software. (1986) was an auspicious year for video games, particularly in Japan. It saw the release of The Legend of Zelda, the original Metroid, and the first Castlevania, all for the Famicom or NES. All three games can lay claim to being huge influences on the Souls series. 1986 was also the year in which From Software was founded, on November 1st in Tokyo, Japan. Although we don't know the exact meaning behind the From Software name, it's possible that it was chosen to represent the company's original focus, productivity software. To be honest, it's hard to think of a name that better captures the bland, businesslike, and, dare we say, soulless experience of accounting software and spreadsheets. By the time the company had smartly transitioned into making games for the Sony PlayStation some 8 years later, the name From Software had stuck. The first game from Software was King's Field, released within 2 weeks of the launch of the PlayStation 1 in Japan in December 1994. King's Field saw From Software embrace the PlayStation's strength as an early pioneer of 3D graphics, rendering its environments in real time with a first-person perspective. Although primitive compared to the 3D engines powering PC games of the era, such as Doom and System Shock, King's Field's technology was unusual for a console game. King's Field also stood out from the crowd of racing games, fighting games, and arcade ports that defined much of the PS1 launch lineup by borrowing gameplay ideas from Western role-playing games. In the 1980s, PC RPGs developed in America, like Ultima and Wizardry, had gained something of a cult status in Japan, and it was these games, rather than the more popular JRPGs like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, that From Software looked towards when designing King's Field. Combat was simplistic and awkward. Players could equip various melee weapons and launch range magic, both from a first-person perspective. Such actions exhausted a stamina meter in an effort to constrain players, forcing them to adopt a more considered, thoughtful approach. A foreign concept amid the more brute force-focused action games of the time, but an idea very familiar to players of the Soul series and From Software's other more recent output. Even then, within its very first game, From Software's esoteric design sensibilities were in evidence. The world of King's Field was depicted in muted colours and told a tale of an ancient kingdom fallen to ruin, dragon gods, and a cycle of royal succession, motifs that now recur throughout From Software's games. FromSoft likes to have fun with these connections between its games. Throughout the King's Field series, which saw 2 full sequels on PS1 before King's Field 4 was released on the PlayStation 2 in 2001, the Moonlight Sword serves as the player's primary aid to triumphing over evil. Acquiring the sword is the quest. Equipping it delivers a metaphorical light that lifts the darkness, as well as a very useful high damage output for the endgame fight itself. The Moonlight Sword, also known as the Moonlight Greatsword, has subsequently appeared in every Souls game as a tribute to King's Field. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tale of Seath the Scaleless, the pale white dragon who betrayed his own, reads the item description for the Moonlight Greatsword in Dark Souls. The sword is only acquired by cutting the tail of Seath during the boss fight in the Crystal Cave. Seath the Scaleless himself is also a tribute to King's Field, specifically a powerful white dragon who shares the name Seath. However, rather than either of these examples providing irrefutable proof of some sort of consistent From Software cinematic universe, these are merely cheeky references between games, a little wink and nod to their fans. While King's Field and its sequels got From Software off to a sound, if unspectacular start, the studio would find greater success with its 4th game and the first of what would become its most popular series until the arrival of Dark Souls. In 1997, From Software released Armored Core for the PS1, an action game where you pilot a mech, drawing on designs from notable anime artists. Armored Core would be called a third-person shooter today. It spawned 2 sequels on the original PlayStation before making the move to a new console generation with Armored Core 2 on the PS2. All told, From Software put out an incredible 7 Armored Core games and spin-offs on the PS2. In terms of quality, it was very much a case of diminishing returns. But at the same time, the Armored Core series demonstrated From Software's capacity to serve a hungry, if niche audience, and cemented its reputation as a developer who worked outside the mainstream, seemingly immune to prevailing industry trends. Early PS2 action RPGs such as Evergrace and Eternal Ring were clunky and poorly received. Lost Kingdoms and its sequel was another middling action RPG. A notable aspect of Lost Kingdoms, at least in retrospect, is the plot device of a deadly fog that has shrouded the land. 7 years later, Demon Souls would begin in similar fashion, its kingdom of Boletaria consumed by a deep fog. On the Xbox, From's games took on a more action-heavy slant with the excellent Otogi Myth of Demons and its sequel Immortal Warriors, both of which were stylish and exciting third-person character action games. Murakamo Renegade Mech Pursuit was a simplistic, anime-inspired mech shooter that had none of the grit or attention to detail of Armored Core. And Metal Wolf Chaos was a silly satire of American militarism in the guise of an endearing but not very good third-person mech shooter. But by the end of the decade, From Software was in in trouble. Attempts to attract a new audience on the Xbox 360 floundered as fantasy RPG Enchanted Arms and slow-paced mech sim Chromehounds failed to set the world alight, while Ninja Blade tried in vain to revive the over-the-top action of a Togi with the unwelcome addition of lengthy cutscenes full of quick-time events. On the PlayStation 3, Armored Core 4 had at least modernized that series with slicker controls and online play, but it was still preaching to the choir. However, in February 2009, From Software released Demon Souls, and look, for a while, nothing changed. Demon Souls had been through development hell. Originally envisioned as a spiritual successor to King's Field, the ill-fated project was eventually helmed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, previously a designer on several Armored Core games and the director of Armored Core 4. Miyazaki has said that he knew the game had been internally branded as a failure, primarily citing an uncompelling prototype, and that's why he wanted to work on it. "I figured if I could find a way to take control of the game, I could turn it into anything I wanted," he told the Guardian newspaper in 2015. "Best of all, if my ideas failed, nobody would care. It was already a failure." Demon Souls emerged from this deep fog, a dark fantasy RPG with a design philosophy that ran contrary to its popular contemporaries. This was at the height of the Wii phenomenon, and the industry at large was pursuing every non-gaming grandmother who could wiggle a Wiimote as if it were a bowling ball. Even on the PS3 and 360 front, big new releases could often feel heavy-handed in their tutorialization. Seasoned players, recoiling at too many games beating them over the head with what to do next, found perverse refuge in Demon Souls and its indifferent and inscrutable world. In the months that followed the initial Japan-only release, the reputation of Demon Souls grew by word of mouth. When it was eventually localized for North America, it proved a surprise hit, finding an eager yet still modest audience appreciative of a game that rewarded players for paying attention to everything. The poignant environmental storytelling of its ruined world, the precise timing of enemy attack animations, the scant but evocative lore gleaned from item descriptions. By harking back to an earlier and more demanding era of games, Demon Souls was a startling and revitalizing shock to the system for those who had become bored of modern convenience. The next 2.5 years following Demon Souls proved a relatively lean period, in which From Software developed only a few minor games, none of which received a release outside of Japan. Then, in September 2011, From Software and Bandai Namco launched Dark Souls. If Demon Souls was the template, then Dark Souls was the finely honed work of a master craftsman. With the transition from Demons to Dark Souls, FromSoft followed a clear path of progression, extending the game's scope and ambition to attract a larger audience without sacrificing the core tenets that underpin the original success. The most daring change in Dark Souls would also prove its greatest achievement. Instead of the discrete worlds and signposted levels of Demon Souls, the Land of Lordran in Dark Souls was a truly seamless interconnected space you could, with one or two exceptions, travel the length and breadth of without hitting a loading screen. It wasn't an open world exactly, but it demonstrated how FromSoft and Miyazaki's vision for meticulously staged combat challenges could thrive when given extra space to flourish. Neither direct sequel opted to overhaul Dark Souls to the same degree. Dark Souls 2 pushed harder into RPG territory with a dazzling array of build options for your character, and a firmer grasp of integrating competitive and cooperative online play, while Dark Souls 3 adopted a more action-oriented stance, taking cues from two other Souls-adjacent games FromSoft was working on simultaneously. While nowhere near as revolutionary as the original, Dark Souls 2 and 3 still managed to avoid the studio's trend towards diminishing returns that affected earlier games like King's Field and Armored Core. But if the Souls series had begun to feel safe by its third iteration, FromSoft was busy experimenting with the Souls formula elsewhere.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood.
Bloodborne, released in 2015, in between Dark Souls 2 and 3, saw FromSoft step out from behind the safety of its shield and go wildly on the offensive. By all but removing the player's ability to block attacks, Bloodborne doubled down on a specific mode of playing a Souls game, rapidly dodging the enemy's attacks and furiously countering with your own. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, released in 2019, 3 years after Dark Souls 3, streamlined yet more of the RPG stats that buttress a Souls game, and focused its combat design on a relentless and rewarding parry system. Yet despite the step away from RPG towards action exhibited by both games, they still carry that methodical FromSoft DNA. Bloodborne and Sekiro, just like Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Armored Core and King's Field before them, emphasize a degree of deliberation in their design. Whether it's monitoring your stamina consumption mid-combo or switching weapons to a more advantageous damage type, everything possesses a granularity that adds the kind of friction to the action that Souls players crave. Those little extra steps players must take care to prepare for if they're planning to overcome the next obstacle. It's what FromSoft does best, and what so few other studios consider, and it's what we have been finding in Elden Ring.
Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
Elden Ring's open world is a seismic shift for the Souls style of game. Unlike the narrow, mostly one-way combat gauntlets of FromSoft's previous games, here a sprawling network of plains, valleys and cliffs is dotted with encounters you're able to approach from multiple directions, or even bypass and return to later. Souls games always offered a degree of choice over how you progressed, but for the most part, it boiled down to which of the couple of bosses you have unlocked do you want to fight next. The problem with that is in a challenging game, if you get stuck on a particular boss fight, then you often don't have anywhere else to go. Elden Ring feels like an attempt to solve that problem in a very FromSoft way. Elden Ring's expansive open world invites you to advance as far as you can in almost any direction, and when you find yourself worn down by an impossibly stubborn boss, you can simply walk away and explore elsewhere. Discover some useful gear that might give you the edge, track down some stones that let you upgrade your weapon, find a boss you can beat, or go hunting for the materials from which you can craft the tools you want to use for the job. And all the while you're leveling up, gradually improving your character and, more importantly, honing your own skills. Elden Ring's open world lets players move forward at their own pace in a way other FromSoft games haven't perhaps accounted for. For nearly 3 decades now, From Software has forged its own path. In many ways, it feels like it has been content to do its own thing, making the kinds of games it wants to make without seemingly much consideration for wider industry trends. Only now, the wider industry is following them. Now that Elden Ring is finally here, the eyes of the whole video game world will be looking at From Software. What they see will be surprising, delightful, and uniquely From Software. For more on From Software and Elden Ring, check out our review, or our guide to surviving the daunting open world that is Elden Ring's Lands Between. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
You all know the target. Shiva's dominant. And only the dominant.
How do we even know the girl will be among us?
Our kind do not question orders, we follow them.
Sergeant, let's summon their icon.
Icon? That thing's a bloody mountain.
Our foe will not relinquish their mother crystal easily. This will be a bitter fight.
You should not be out of doors. We have discussed this. Come, Joshua. Your father will be expecting us.
I am Joshua's shield. I'm sworn to protect him.
What do you mean you refuse? Did you not pledge your sword to our cause?
What does it matter? It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not?
Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the Blight.
So, they're sitting the Dragoons. Imperial Vipers. Do they really mean to invade us?
The Archduke's son.
Phoenix.
Joshua! Stop this!
Second icon of fire. But that's impossible. Legacy of the crystals. Has shaped our history. For long enough. I'll kill you. If it's the last thing I do.
Tactics RPGs are the meat and potatoes in the diet of video games. Not always flashy and exciting at first glance, but one of the most satisfying meals to sink your teeth into. From controlling Viking armies to repelling alien invasions, and even fighting in a faux World War II, there is a wide world of experiences to be had in this genre, and we've selected the 10 best. Here's our list of the top 10 tactics RPGs of all time. Stunningly stylish, moody, and challenging, with a dark and complex story that only comes into focus little by little, Otherside's noir Lovecraftian world and battles are inimitable. Roguelike elements and a bittersweet sacrifice mechanic lead to developing strong bonds with your daughters, even knowing that many of them may not make it. And in some cases, you may need to decide who lives and who dies. Enemy behavior is deterministic, but the diversity of foes and the situations you face them in makes each map a satisfying tangle to unfurl. The terrifying bosses show this off best of all. Otherside is the type of tactical RPG that cleanly weaves strong mechanical and aesthetic ideas into something hauntingly beautiful. It's an outstanding beacon for what this genre has become in the last several years.
On your knees before me, so I may absolve you of your sins.
The newest game on our list, Triangle Strategy, quickly made a name for itself with its challenging gameplay, beautiful 2.5D pixel art, and story of political intrigue. Square Enix created the spiritual successor to classic tactics games, and doubled down on making your choices matter, both on and off the battlefield. Thrust into a new age of war after a long period of fragile peace, Triangle Strategy starts as many others in the genre do, but quickly differentiates itself with a branching path and a heavy focus on narrative. While its gameplay can seem a bit unforgiving at first, in a somewhat novel move for the genre, accumulated XP carries over even after failed missions, so you won't beat your head against a difficulty wall for too long. Just bring some popcorn. You'll be in those cutscenes for a while. Path of Radiance will forever hold a special place in our hearts for bringing Fire Emblem back to consoles, and becoming the first console Fire Emblem to be released in the West since the series' inception in 1990. But its impact is more significant than that. Path of Radiance stayed true to its predecessor's core game systems like the weapons triangle, but upgraded everything from the skills menu to the flow of battles. Its innovations and tweaks have influenced every Fire Emblem game since then. The battle preparations and base screens added important story details and character interactions, while expanded shove and rescue functions made for more strategic combat. And a smart bonus reward system kept battles flowing by setting turn limits and providing specific sub-goals. If you only know Path of Radiance because it introduced the world to Ike, of subsequent Smash Bros. Fame, you'll find a criminally underplayed strategy RPG that's every bit as rewarding today as when it surprised GameCube owners back in 2005. The Banner Saga is representing its entire series on this list in a way few other games are. The entire trilogy works as one beautiful whole, adding weight and importance to every hard choice and branching path you pick up along the frostbitten road. The Banner Saga delivers a cold and harsh journey, full of challenging tactics battles and tricky decisions that can often feel more like mitigating disaster than trying to outright win. The Banner Saga also distinguishes itself with its Norse setting and incredible aesthetic, both in its visual artistry and in its fantastic music. Its world is as punishing as it is stunning, and the tactical choices you're given matter not only in the moment of ensuring you make it to the next fight, but also in the grand tapestry that is the series' overarching story and the games that follow. While all three entries in the Banner Saga are fantastic tactical RPGs, we ultimately went with the first game as deserving a spot on this list. The three games are so interconnected, and that interconnectivity is why the franchise as a whole deserves to be recognized, that starting anywhere but the beginning would be a disservice to the work developer Stoic Studio has done.
I awoke, and I knew why we're still alive. Because we choose to be.
The concept of Valkyria Chronicles is a strange thing to describe. It's a turn-based tactics game full of thoughtful decisions, but you also have to dodge enemy fire in real time while you move your troops into position and actually aim down the sights before firing. It has a heavy story that isn't afraid to address the darkest parts of World War II, but that story is told in an alternate reality full of magic and JRPG melodrama as well. Its battles are full of engaging puzzles to solve, and it's a real treat to grow closer to your squad both on and off the battlefield. And while Valkyria Chronicles 4 may have improved and refined its combat in meaningful ways, the original's excellent story still helps it stand out to this day.
I'll do whatever it takes to protect the people of this town. Even going to war, I'll do it.
The long-running Disgaea series is known for its incredible level of depth, quirky anti-hero characters, and terrific anime art style. For nearly 20 years, the series has remained consistently entertaining, so narrowing it down to which entry deserved a spot on this list was no easy task. For the most part, each sequel retained what was great about the previous entry and added its own new tricks and twists. That's why we settled on Disgaea 5, probably the pinnacle of the series, and Disgaea 6 is generally considered to be a misstep. With systems upon systems upon systems to master, and an entire randomized dungeon to fight your way through inside every item in the game, Disgaea 5 is a tactical RPG you can play for years. It's the biggest and best looking in the series. Whether you prefer the older tactics-heavy Fire Emblem entries or the more recent handheld titles with streamlined features, Fire Emblem Three Houses became a melting pot of everything great about the series. Three Houses offers an unprecedented level of customization and automation to let each player get what they wanted out of a tactical RPG. Players are able to choose which side to align with, recruit the allies that resonate best, and completely customize the growth of their skills and abilities. Or, let the game take care of the nitty-gritty details and let you race into strategy battles set on sweeping battlefields and darkened catacombs alike. Its greatest feat was providing an engaging and compelling experience no matter which choices you made, from dramatic story beats to the most granular of lesson planning for your students turned soldiers. Three Houses has raised the bar so high, it's hard to imagine the series moving forward any other direction.
I'm sorry, my teacher. I cut this path, and now I must follow it.
Tactics Ogre, despite being the predecessor to the more popular Final Fantasy Tactics, has never gained the traction in the West that fans think it deserves. This second game in the Ogre Battle series originally debuted on Super Famicom in Japan, and the PSP remake makes a few changes to the original, including lowering the difficulty and adding the Chariot Tarot system that lets you rewind battles to a specific point to try a different strategy, which is a godsend, as battles are tough and can take quite a while. The remastered score lends gravitas to the fantasy setting, and character art and dialogue are still top-notch, if very classically flavored. Tactics Ogre Let Us Cling Together is so ambitious that it can sometimes threaten to break out of the confines of the PSP's small screen and control scheme, but it is definitely an adventure worth experiencing. Knowing that every turn could be the last for your favorite soldier if your plans go awry, gives XCOM 2 War of the Chosen's underdog battle to overthrow an alien occupation of Earth incredible tension and atmosphere. It builds on the streamlined, but still deep tactical combat and cover systems of its predecessor, letting you create custom squads of specialized soldiers whose abilities can synergize to demolish even the hardest of targets before they can get off a shot. Of course, the fact that even a 99% chance to hit isn't a sure thing means you always need a backup plan, and its randomized map layouts give it an element of unpredictability, with its expansion adding 3 adaptable chosen boss characters and special recruitable soldier classes. XCOM 2 becomes a virtually bottomless pit of thrilling tactical challenge. With a new localization, added guest characters, new cutscenes, and new job classes, the War of the Lions re-release of Final Fantasy Tactics adds an incredible amount of value to an already classic game. Final Fantasy Tactics' rich story, fantastic music, and deep gameplay thrives in a portable format, and the setting of Ivalice, created in 1997, is still in use for new Final Fantasy titles today, 25 years later. While sequels Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 1 and 2 followed on the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS, they never came close to the highs of their big brother, as more streamlined character progression and an annoying judge system diluted what made the original so special. Somber, triumphant, and still one of a kind, Final Fantasy Tactics: The War of the Lions wins its spot as our best tactics RPG of all time. And that's our list of the top 10 tactics RPGs of all time. What games do you think belong on the list? Make sure to let us know in the comments below, and while you're here, be sure to check out our top 10 Wii U games. For everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Hello, viewers. I am Ivy the android. I'd like to share today's dinosaur forecast. A dinosaur outbreak will soon occur. Residents in the affected area have been evacuated, and a team of exo-fighters has been dispatched. A vortex warning has been issued. Please remain indoors.
I'm making sense of this situation.
You've been living fighting with the chief directors for 2 years.
All I wanted was to be IBS's top pilot.
IBS's latest dinosaur forecasts and exosuit technology were able to keep human casualties to 0. Exosuit development is proceeding under the guidance of the next-gen AI, Leviathan. Meanwhile, IBS continues to recruit candidates to become new exo-fighters, humanity's greatest hope. Another exo-fighter recruit, right? Welcome to IBS.
It's been just over a year since PlayStation 5 hit store shelves. Well, digital store shelves at least. And Sony has once again found success by not only ushering in a steady stream of quality exclusives, but also by being a great place for third parties to thrive. For this list, we wanted to stick with games that have received a proper PS5 release. You won't find any titles that need to be played through backward compatibility here. The games that made it onto the list either needed to launch on PlayStation 5 at the time of release, or receive a proper PS5 re-release. So, without further delay, here are the 10 best PS5 games that you can play right now. When Ghost of Tsushima was released on the PlayStation 4, it already felt like a next-gen game thanks to its stunning visuals and impressive open world. It was clear Sucker Punch had learned a lot about creating an engaging open world since its efforts on the Infamous franchise, which were pretty great at the time. But the director's cut is the definitive take on Ghost of Tsushima, and it's all the better on the PS5. This comprehensive package, even as a refined PS4 game, makes great use of the DualSense in both exploration and combat. Add in new lip sync for Japanese voiceover, and somehow, visual and performance improvements to an already stunning and well-running game, and you've got what is the must-play version of a must-play PlayStation game.
And die with honor.
The DualSense controller is one of the most defining characteristics of the PS5, as the nuanced haptic feedback and strategically used adaptive triggers create a level of immersion that feels genuinely special. And Astro's Playroom, which is quite literally designed to show off the capabilities of the DualSense controller, is still one of the most fun and imaginative showcases for it. But this would-be tech demo is also a fantastic game in its own right, with a delightful set of worlds to explore that all celebrate a different facet of the PS5 and different eras of PlayStation software and hardware. Astro's Playroom reminds players why they've loved PlayStation while giving them a reason to fall in love all over again. Its solid platforming, fun environmental puzzles, and intriguing set of collectibles will have you gunning for the platinum and getting it in no time. Arcane Studios' Deathloop is undoubtedly one of the more unique experiences to grace the PS5 so far. Arcane builds on the immersive sim bones from its past to create an incredibly dense and playful world. Figuring out the right paths to take, weapons and powers to use, and even times of day to visit certain locations makes exploration its own puzzle. And Arcane's beautiful Saul Bass-inspired world is filled with peculiar oddities to pick up on and exploit to complete your objectives. In a time where time loops are the feature du jour in gaming, Deathloop is one of the most unique and satisfying to navigate, making knowledge its own reward on top of a suite of amazing powers. And don't even get us started on its stunning soundtrack. Resident Evil has never shied away from the mystical and supernatural, and Village leans into those themes more than any entry in the series to date. From severed hands that can just simply be reattached, to floating killer dolls, to 9-foot-tall lady vampires with a now adoring fanbase, Resident Evil Village feels like wandering through an off-kilter circus. In one fell swoop, it gave us what will go on to become one of the most recognizable Resi villains ever, Lady Demetress, while still respecting the main antagonist story that began in Resident Evil 7. It also brings the series back to its Metroidvania roots in impressive fashion, requiring you to revisit areas several times throughout your playthrough, but with new tools at your disposal to explore them. It's by far the most fantastical the series has ever gotten, and it remains to be seen whether or not Resident Evil will ever return to its more straightforward zombie roots, or, at this point, if we'd even want it to, considering how fun, frightening, and ferocious Resident Evil Village is. Bluepoint Games had some high expectations to meet with the PS5 remake of Demon's Souls. Not only was it an anticipated remake of a beloved and landmark game, but it was also the first major showcase of what a dedicated PS5 game of this scope could look like. Fortunately, Bluepoint delivered, and Demon's Souls is jaw-droppingly gorgeous, adding so much rich detail to the levels, creatures, and characters you'll encounter throughout Boletaria. And it's also incredibly faithful to the source material while making enough modern improvements to make the adventure as fun and challenging to play today as it was when it debuted on the PS3. Bluepoint is a newly minted first-party studio, certainly proving itself with one of the deepest, richest, and most challenging experiences currently found on the console. And so early in the PS5's life, it's thrilling to know that this is just the start.
See? Just me.
As Insomniac's first truly exclusive PS5 game, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is a stunning showcase for what Sony's next-gen console can do, thanks to a series practically built to take advantage of all the new bells and whistles. Whether you're a newcomer to the duo's adventures or a longtime fan since the PS2 days, there's charm aplenty to be found in returning characters and brand new ones like the amazing Rivet and Kit. The delightful and surprisingly heartfelt story is at the core of a theme park-like adventure through a host of varied alien worlds, stunningly realized in both depth and clarity of detail while running so smoothly on the PS5. And Rift Apart includes one of the franchise's best suite of weapons, from the wacky topiary sprinkler to the powerful executor, all of which make great use of both the DualSense's haptics and adaptive triggers. Ratchet & Clank may be one of the longest running Sony franchises still seeing new entries, but if Rift Apart is any indication, there's still so much life, humor, and dazzling action left to experience. Peter Parker's on vacation and leaves his young spider apprentice Miles Morales to look after New York in a Marvel Spider-Man successor that builds on the rock-solid foundation of Insomniac's first game, while gorgeously blanketing New York with snow, holiday cheer, and next-gen polish. The improvements aren't just cosmetic, however. The eponymous hero has a few more spider powers at his disposal than Peter Parker, and these are cleverly adapted into new gameplay mechanics that, while they don't reinvent the weapon wheel, they put enough of a spin on it to make it feel fresh, sometimes literally, thanks to the DualSense controller. It doesn't feature as robust of a campaign or as many colorful villains as 2018's Spider-Man, but Miles Morales' story has just as much charm and heart as its predecessor, possibly more. Its tagline of "Be Greater" set a high bar, but Miles Morales somersaults over it with ease. Returnal is a trailblazer of sorts. Roguelikes have long been one of the most popular genres on the indie scene, with games like Spelunky 2, Dead Cells, Enter the Gungeon, and has a few more spider powers at his disposal than Peter Parker, and these are cleverly adapted into new gameplay mechanics that, while they don't reinvent the weapon wheel, they put enough of a spin on it to make it feel fresh, sometimes literally, thanks to the DualSense controller. It doesn't feature as robust of a campaign or as many colorful villains as 2018's Spider-Man, but Miles Morales' story has just as much charm and heart as its predecessor, possibly more. Its tagline of "Be Greater" set a high bar, but Miles Morales somersaults over it with ease. Returnal is a trailblazer of sorts. Roguelikes have long been one of the most popular genres on the indie scene, with games like Spelunky 2, Dead Cells, Enter the Gungeon, and The Binding of Isaac leading the charge. But in the AAA space, we've never really seen anything quite like Returnal. It combines Housemarque's expertise in aggressive bullet hell arcadey shoot-em-ups with deep roguelike mechanics and a dense, chilling atmosphere, resulting in unforgettable experiences. Returnal's one issue on release was the inability to suspend its lengthy runs and save your progress, but since that's been patched, it's hard to find flaws in this incredibly daring and ambitious adventure. And the free Returnal Ascension update makes this remarkable game even better by adding campaign co-op and an excellent survival mode called Tower of Sisyphus that pares down the traditional Returnal experience into a more arcadey version. Add those two additions on top of everything else, and Returnal is a complete package that is hard to beat on the PlayStation 5.
I have to find a way to fix it all. And the answer...
Horizon Forbidden West builds on the already impressive foundation genuine sense of exploration here, and loads of completely involving world building to uncover as well for those wanting to learn more. A triumphant combination of enthralling combat, top-tier creature and character design, and a captivating open world, Horizon Forbidden West is an absolute blast and fantastic showcase for the power of the PS5. It's hard to encapsulate everything that makes Elden Ring such a monumental game in a short blurb, but let's try. At the core of it all is Elden Ring's incredible sense of freedom and discovery. There are open-world games that are bigger than Elden Ring, have a higher fidelity than Elden Ring, and quite frankly run better than Elden Ring. But few, if any, are as robust or as rewarding. The Lands Between is positively littered with branching paths that lead to catacombs, dungeons, caves, forts, castles, towers, even entire underground cities. And within each of them is some sort of unique challenge. From a trap-filled crypt with insta-kill chariots racing down every slope, to one of Elden Ring's many fantastic boss fights. The best part of it all is that every challenge comes with its own bountiful reward that may bend the difficulty curve in your favor, whether that's a new spell, summon, weapon, or material that lets you upgrade your gear. Elden Ring can be extraordinarily difficult, sure, but the freedom it gives you to maneuver through or around that difficulty is absolutely liberating, and makes it the most universally recommendable From Software game yet.
Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
Those were our recommendations, but what games have you been loving on your PlayStation 5? Be sure to let us know in the comments below, and for even more, be sure to check out our weekly PlayStation show, Podcast Beyond. And of course, for everything else PlayStation, stick with IGN.
IGN sat down with U.S. Army Fire Control Specialist and gamer Staff Sergeant Kalente Williams to get their perspective on God of War Ragnarok and their unique take on the challenges that await Kratos in this latest installment. Presented by the U.S. Army.
What's up, everyone? I'm Staff Sergeant Williams. I'm a 13 Juliet, Field Artillery Tactical Data Specialist. I'm the brains of the Field Artillery. I work together with Forward Observers and the 13 Bravo Cannon Crewmen, just like how Kratos and Atreus work together in God of War. Kratos got the extra fur on this time. What I like about this drip that he has, you know, it's the leather, you know what I'm saying? And then the fur that's going around the shoulders and neck. Like that's something I would rock if I was Kratos. And if I could grow a beard like him too, that'd be pretty sick. Brock and Sindri, they have a great relationship. I mean, I have a lot of brothers, like a lot. So we bicker kind of like how those two do.
You seem like a calm and reasonable person.
Oh, this combat is sick.
Are you a calm and reasonable person?
Come on, we know he's not a calm, reasonable person. It's Kratos. He doesn't care.
You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? God of War Ragnarok is coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. For more on everything God of War, keep it here on IGN.
IGN's Summer of Gaming. The summer of fun video game events is here, and today it's PlayStation's time to shine. The company behind Horizon, God of War, Spider-Man, and the immensely popular PlayStation 5 has a brand new presentation to share, and you've got a front row seat for it. Tune in right now for our PlayStation Showcase Countdown show, followed by the full PlayStation Summer Showcase Live and our detailed post-show, where IGN's PlayStation experts will break down all of the biggest announcements. It's all part of IGN's Summer of Gaming, and it all starts right now.
State of Play digital event. That starts in a few minutes, so while we're waiting, we're going to be breaking down what we expect to see in our countdown show. I'm joined right now by my Beyond co-hosts Brian Altano, Jada Griffin, and Max Scoville.
Woo! Yeah! Let's do it! It's here! It's Summer of Gaming.
I think that covers it. I think
yeah, that was it. Yeah. Great show.
Before we get started, just a reminder that IGN's Summer of Gaming is going on throughout June. There's so much going on. We're really going to be ramping up next week with Netflix's Geek Week, IGN's own Expo, plus the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase. And there's a ton more going on besides just that. But today is all about PlayStation. We're almost 2 years into the PS5's life cycle, and so far the hottest game around is actually trying to buy a PS5 or a Series X. Sony came out swinging with first-party exclusives at launch and released quite a few new games since then, but there aren't really any confirmed release dates for the rest of 2022. The only thing we know for sure will be shown today is Horizon Call of the Mountain for PSVR2. We'll talk about that in a little more, but first I think we need to address the big one, God of War Ragnarok. Everyone wants to see it. Everyone's hoping it shows up here, even though we didn't hear about it. They haven't said first party will be here. Do you all think we're going to get a release date for this?
Absolutely. I think I think it has to happen today. I shaved my head in anticipation for solidarity with Kratos.
This moment.
Yeah. I also became a father a couple years ago just for good luck for this game.
That's how you're a real God of War fan.
Yeah, you guys are all fake God of War fans. I'm doing the tattoo in the head next. No, this is the game we have to find out about today. This is their biggest first-party title of the year. All signs point to us finding out about something of this game very, very soon because we don't know yet. It seems every major first party has delayed their big flagship title for this year until next year. All eyes are on God of War. It's got to deliver, and I think it's going to be this fall.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. I don't know if I'm right there with you if it'll be here today.
What?
I know, I'm sorry. But Max, what do you think? Are you expecting it?
I'm cautiously optimistic, but again, I think we just saw, Xbox had to delay their 2 big fall games, and we've seen some very rough fall launches around huge games that people are really looking forward to, and I think some people have learned lessons from that, and they're really cautious about announcing a date that won't be hit because it's demoralizing when a date gets announced, everyone goes, yeah, and then they go, sorry, it's actually going to be 3 weeks after that. And you go, okay, fine. They're like, sorry, it's going to be 6 months after that. Our bad. So I hope we get a date, but also if we don't, I can live with it.
Yeah, to your point, there's definitely been a few PlayStation games where it's like they announced the date and then it was like, 1 more month. Just give us one more month. So I can understand them wanting to wait until they're like 100% sure. But Jada, how are you feeling?
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to get it?
I think I'm in the same boat with Max.
Okay.
I think we're going to get it. It's a potential to get it today. I'm not expecting to get it.
Yeah.
But we did get the PlayStation Plus games for June, and God of War was in it. So how cool would it be at the end of the show to just see the Ragnarok icon and the date pop up?
That's all you need.
We had the merchandise leak recently, too.
Yeah, there were some socks that came out. It was rated in Korea, so it has to be coming.
Hey, look, if you can't play God of War in September, at least you could buy some socks. All right.
As we all know, with the promotional merchandise tied-in that happened with Halo Infinite several years ago, that ended up being about 2 years early.
Yeah.
That always means that the release date's around the corner and that it's spot on, right?
You've got to hope for it. Yeah, we'll see. Before we get to some other games, though, I guess just quick, right around the table, put a release date on it. I don't care what day of the week that is. Just get, because we don't have a calendar in front of us.
Okay.
Brian.
October 8th.
Perfect.
That could be like a Sunday morning.
The third Tuesday in September.
I love it.
Oh.
Jada.
August 4th.
All right, and I'm going to go for September 4th.
This is good. We all picked different
They're different
times.
dates,
Yeah.
I think. I think that's how numbers work. But anyway, let's talk about what we're realistically expecting to see. There are, we know right now that there will be PSVR2 games and third parties are going to be shown off for PS4 and PS5. So that's a broad amount of stuff we could be talking about. Brian, what is like one game? What's one thing you want to see at this show?
So I'm a little surprised that we're going to get so much PSVR stuff today, or at least it feels like that. We got that kind of tease of Horizon, which is great, but like I really want another Astrobot. Astrobot is there at the launch of something. He's brings all his crazy, interesting gimmicks with him. We got it for the PS5, we got it for the PSVR, and so PSVR2, so allegedly coming at some point soon-ish, maybe, hopefully. Then I want a brand new Astrobot that shows off all the bells and whistles and weird stuff that brand new VR helmet headset can do.
Yeah, Rescue Mission was like the killer app for PSVR 1.
Yeah.
That was the thing you gave to people to be like, look what it's like to be in here. It was so ingenious. Obviously, Astro's Playroom at the PS5 launch was such a big deal as well.
You could feel the rain.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good experience, though. It was like the perfect DualSense, and the fact that that's going to be part of the new VR2 controllers, you would hope this would be the flagship thing to show it off. So I'm hopeful for it. I would love that. But Max, what about you? What's something you hope will be here?
Robotic robots are cool, but what about robotic cats in cyberpunk worlds such as in Stray? That little cat game that got shown off ages ago. I mean, it's one of those like incredible looking indie games where you're like, I'm not going to play this for 8 years, am I? And I really hope that 8 years is coming to an end, or maybe it's less than that. But it'd be nice to see some more of that, and maybe, I don't know, get a release window or something like that.
Yeah, there was a like tease of indie games coming to PlayStation a week or two ago that I think said summer for this one. So we are close. This is the summer of gaming. So we can only hope that it appears in the summer of gaming.
I'm just a sucker for any game where you play as animals that actually behave like animals and don't put on thief costumes or wear jean shorts. That's like a regular cat in a not so regular environment. It's really cool.
Don't rule out jean short DLC for this game just yet, because it could happen.
So. I do think we see it wearing like a backpack at some points.
That's
some
not
of the
clothing.
gameplay, but okay, fair enough.
You can wear a backpack and get arrested for indecent exposure.
I didn't know you were so up on the laws like that.
Didn't think that's where this would be going here today, but sure, let's do it. Beyond.
Yeah, that is what happens in the pre-show. No, I think, Stray is one of those indies we've seen at a few Sony showcases right now. It's a console exclusive for PS4, PS5, also coming to PC. So I think that's like a sure bet of one people just want to see. We want to know more what it's like to feel like a cat in a game.
Yeah.
Jada, what about you? What's one you hope to see?
I'm going to go with the big one, Street Fighter 6. We got that very, very brief teaser a couple months back, and it was just reuse pecs, and I want to see more of the pecs.
What more do you need?
I want to see more characters. I want to see a fight. I want to see a fight today. That's what I want.
A street fight? I want to see the street.
I want to see the street.
Yeah.
The street.
One or the
fight.
other.
Yes.
Maybe both.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to redesign that logo that people figured out was.
I want to see more of the 6. That was a cool,
Yeah, it was very, numbers. Once again, we're going back to numbers.
We want more numbers.
We want more numbers.
We love numbers here at IGN. Check out our top 10s and top 100s.
It's our number one favorite thing. No, I mean, that feels like a safe one, especially with PlayStation. Obviously, Street Fighter V was such a big deal on PlayStation as well. Is there anything where I assume you want gameplay? You don't want another cinematic review.
No, I want to see a fight. I want to see somebody's special. I want to see a combo. I want to see something. I want to see whatever the new mechanic that they're bringing to Street Fighter 6.
I think Blanca's special.
Yeah, let's see Blanca's special.
I think he is special.
Oh, Blanca is very special. I mean, you've seen the movie, right?
They're all special.
You've seen the Street Fighter movie, like Street Fighter. He was very special in that movie.
That was a special movie indeed.
I haven't seen that movie, so I'll take your word for it. But yeah, no, this one feels like one of the big hanging questions, especially because we just saw such a small cinematic trailer. And we're like, well, we'll see in the future. Those always feel like, well, probably at a summer event we'll see it. And this one feels like a perfect opportunity for that. For me, another one that I really hope to see is continuing along the indie train of games we've seen at State of Plays, Little Devil Inside. That one has been gestating for a long time. It got a State of Play like marquee placement last year.
Yeah.
And they were like, let's show you 6 minutes of gameplay. Here's what it's going to be like. And we just haven't heard a thing.
It happens a lot. Why do they do that?
I know. Why do they do that to us?
Is that just for pre-orders?
Probably.
Okay,
I
because
don't
it
know if
works.
you can pre-order this one, but I would have. But no, the gameplay for that one was really charming. We've seen a couple trailers for it now. It's got this really beautiful sort of like toyetic art style to it. We saw, as silly as it was, a big deal for the last gameplay was we saw the overworld map and what that would look like. And there's just something really charming about the humor of it, the look of it, the feel, the mood it's going for. But again, I feel like this is one that when they show it next, we just need a release date at this point. I don't think we can get another, here's 3 minutes of it. It's maybe coming this year. I think this needs a date on it. We need to see it. It needs to be there. But
God, it looks so good.
It's really beautiful. Yeah, it's one of those games that I hope we get to see more of. But like, this is the weird thing with State of Play is where it's such an open field of expectation.
But this one specifically, Jonathan, this is in the building that E3 used to be in, right?
Yes.
Which is, I guess, like a Halloween headquarters now. But it's still, this is special. This is that summertime of year. This is event season, as we call it.
Yeah.
We got to get big news today, right?
I hope so. I mean, one of the first State of Plays happened right before E3. I think it was the first E3 PlayStation decided to skip.
Yep.
And that was the reveal of FF7 Remake gameplay. So that was a big one. I think it had that. I think it had Monster Hunter Iceborne, the expansion for World. Like they will do big things, but I do know that sometimes there's expectations of like, oh, it'll be smaller games for a little bit.
I'm trying to keep expectations in check here, you know, but at the same time, like, Sony should know that people have high expectations this time of year. Like, if you throw a party at your house on October 31st and it's not a Halloween party, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of understandable for people to be like, oh, it's going to show up in costume. What could go wrong? Like, this is the week when the big stuff should be getting announced. So if they're saving the really big stuff for the third Tuesday in September or whatever, like, kind of
the same day God of War releases.
Yeah,
it'll be him.
Max, I feel like there's some trauma there that you actually showed up to a Halloween party in costume and you were the only person in costume.
I got the date wrong.
He also only wore a backpack.
Can we not bring that up again?
We'll get back to the backpack stuff hopefully after the show if Stray shows up. But no, yeah, this is an interesting one where we've been talking a little bit about it before the show. The one big thing we do know, in addition to Horizon Call of the Mountain, is of course PSVR 2 around that. Are we hoping for PSVR 2 to come anytime soon, or are we thinking this will be a further off sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to learn about new PlayStation hardware because that's a rare thing, especially nowadays. Like, we went through the era where they were like, here's the PlayStation Eye and here's the PSVR and the PS Vita, the PSP. Like, they had a PlayStation TV. Like, there was all these different things they were doing for a long time, and it seems like they've consolidated all their efforts into PS5. That said, you still can't really buy that console anywhere. Yeah. So creating a peripheral for it feels a little ill-timed, unless they're like, this works with your PC too, and now you can buy it. Not PC 2, your PC also.
I would take a PC sequel.
Yeah, they are announcing the PC 2 too.
I mean, hey, there are PlayStation games going to PC, so it could happen.
Totally. I think that would do a lot for the PSVR 2's lifespan or just general interest because a whole lot of people play PC games. That's a reality. And like, you can plug a DualSense into a PC and play games with it. So maybe, I don't know, make the new VR headset talk to PCs too, and then you have an entire massive audience that might start tinkering with it. I'm skeptical about PSVR 2. Like, I'm going to say that I was a PSVR 1 early adopter, and like that was a really, really cool device. But at the same time, it almost feels like this one's been kind of developed in a vacuum. We've got like the Quest is like a standalone thing that you can play Resident Evil 4 on. Like, that's nuts. And then this one, I don't know, you've got to plug it into a $500 console that you can't find in stores. Kind of tricky there.
This is going to be an immensely powerful, immensely high-end VR unit, which I think that's what they're going for, right? They're going for like this high-end market that's separate from the sort of like the regular kind of consumer that can walk into a Best Buy and spend a couple $100 on Oculus and throw it in their backpack or whatever. Well, we keep talking about backpacks. But for PSVR 2, I think they're like, this is for the people that pay for high-end PC VR, but we want that to kind of work with the PlayStation ecosystem with PlayStation first-party stuff. So we'll see.
Yeah. Jada, anything?
I mean, you guys kind of covered all the points. Like, it's so hard to get a PS5 right now, and PSVR is going to be huge for those who have consoles, but they're kind of limiting themselves with not having their market, with not having consoles out there. I think there's going to be a lot of great stuff for it. I think we'll see some really cool like bundles in the lifetime of the PSVR 2, but I think it's going to be some time until it's a big household name that Sony is hoping it will be.
Agreed, and hopefully we get to see more games of what it's going to actually entail, what that high end is going to be in just a few minutes, but we need to take a quick break, but please don't go anywhere. The PlayStation State of Play will be starting in just a few minutes. IGN Summer of Gaming will continue right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the US Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? And sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
And we're back. This is the Sony PlayStation State of Play Countdown show right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We're running down the clock until the main event starts, and it's still a few minutes away. But first, let's hear from the audience. We asked you which game you're most excited to see on today's show, so let's see what you're most excited for. This is Called It, sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile. Play more than before on the go with unlimited 5G. Switch to Metro and save, just $40, period. Today's audience choice for the most anticipated game is Horizon Call of the Mountain. Not a huge surprise there. I think that is the one game we actually know is happening at the show. I am excited to see more Horizon. I think it is a great candidate for VR because of the scope and scale of the robots in that world. But what about you?
I think this is actually a pretty surprising poll because we were talking about, like, oh, I don't know how long it's going to take to find its footing with PS VR2 and its audience and stuff like that. But the audience is really excited for it, despite the fact that we just got a Horizon game just a few months ago.
I mean, I think that's part of the reason why the audience is so hyped for it. Like, it's current. The other titles that we kind of we put in the poll haven't really seen a release. They don't have like as huge of a following. So I think Horizon kind of had the easy win here. Yeah. But I mean, kudos to them, and I'm excited for it. I love Horizon. I love the world. I'm very excited what it's going to be like walking underneath certain robots, like the tall necks.
No, this is definitely like a universe that's very well suited for VR. It actually makes me think of there was that Crytek PSVR game, the Journey or Robinson,
Robinson the Journey,
which was pretty much about seeing big old dinosaurs up close and personal, because that's exciting. They've done a few different like Jurassic World inspired VR experiences. What I really hope is that people aren't expecting this to be the same scale or level of experience or immersion, but like action as standard Horizon, because I think this is going to be, I mean, maybe if it is a full-blown game, I think it's going to be more narrative focused, and it's probably a lot harder to chip off armor pieces of a dinosaur in VR than it is when you're playing it more conventionally.
I don't know. I mean, I get pretty into VR. When I used to play Super Hot, I used to roll around like when I was trying to dodge bullets. I would literally hit the ground. It was Stop, drop, and roll.
That reminds me of the first Wii reveal trailer where they showed people like hiding behind their couches while using the Wiimote. So maybe you'll be able to do that with Horizon.
And Jada, with the power of PSVR 2, you will only get wrapped up in one cable and not several.
It's going to be so great. I was like tripping over both cables.
Yeah.
Well, Horizon took more than 60% of the results there. So obviously people are looking forward to Call to the Mountain. It's Call to the Mountain, correct?
Call of the Mountain.
We're calling it.
You can Call to the Mountain.
Call to the Mountain.
Yes.
It's a lot of names. But we also got Little Devil Inside was second place in the poll, which again we had mentioned earlier in the show. Very excited. Hopefully we get to see more of that. Following that was Exoprimal and then Season. Exoprimal, of course, showed up, I believe, in the last state of play. That was the one that everyone thought was going to be Dino Crisis for a second.
Yeah, that got 8% because everyone knows damn well what dinosaur game Capcom should be making.
I mean, it did just basically look like, what, Dynasty Warriors with dinosaurs.
Dino Dynasty Warriors.
Yeah, there we go. It looks fun. It looked like they were falling from the sky. I'll take it. And then last but not least, with a little over 4% of the poll, was Season, which is another indie we've seen PlayStation showcase. We haven't seen much of it. It's one of those we saw a beautiful experiential trailer of someone riding a bike through a beautiful landscape.
Right.
It was gorgeous. And then it was kind of like, well, where's the game? And then we just kind of been waiting. So I can understand why maybe people forgot about that one for a little bit, but hopefully maybe we get to see more of it today.
They haven't told us what season it's going to drop in.
True.
That's true. That's a good thing to name your game because you can technically get delayed for PC.
Do you just call the next one Season 2 or like Season : Fall? Like, do you have to specify the season?
Season's origins.
Ooh, I love it. Well, that's what our audience is looking forward to, but there are tons of titles we might get more information about today. Now it's time to make some of our other predictions. What do we all think is going to be at today's announcements? Brian, I'll start with you. What is one you're hoping to really see?
Let's see. Okay. Well, I'm a gigantic fan of Resident Evil 4. Gigantic fan. I bought it on every system it's ever been put on. And we've been hearing rumors about this Resident Evil 4 remake, sort of like what they did with 2 and 3 for years now. That keeps popping up. This is a third-party focused event today. This feels like a time for that. So I'm willing into existence Resident Evil 4 remake for PS5 using all the best graphics. I want to feel all the little rumbles when I'm walking around. I'm on the minecart and stuff like that. I'm stabbing the Ganados, having the best time of my life. Or I will also take Resident Evil 4 VR that was on Oculus getting ported to PSVR 2. Yeah. That's a nice, runner-up prize for me.
Yeah, we know that one exists on the Oculus side of things. It would be a nice one to be able to port over, but yeah, that remake has just sort of been they've got to do it next, right?
Yeah.
And we've gotten reports that it's allegedly in the works, but we haven't seen any official word of it. But that just feels like, as you've said, it's been ported to so many different consoles. That is such a beloved watermark for Resident Evil.
And no disrespect to Code Veronica. I know a lot of people know that that's next in line naturally, but we're going with numbers here, and Resident Evil 4 is just so good.
That's right. I'm the Code Veronica person.
I'm glad you're
right
here.
Now.
I'm glad I got to apologize to your face
because
yes. You know what? I'm with you. I think that's a fun game, and I hope we get a remake of that too.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I accept your apology on behalf of all the Code Veronica stands out there.
Look what we did today. See, everyone, we can do this. We can come together with video games.
We're bridging the gap. Ryan McCaffrey will be here in just a second to talk about Xbox. No, he won't.
He's actually been locked out of the building.
Max, what about you? What's another game you're hoping will show up?
Well, I think we can all agree that this year's hottest Christmas film is going to be James Cameron's Avatar: The Way of Water, and I can't wait to check out that Avatar game. I don't know. We have a what? It's finally coming out. They're putting the movie out.
Are they quietly paying you to talk about Avatar for 10 years?
James Cameron doesn't even answer my fan mail.
How long have I been friends with you? A decade? You have talked about Avatar every single time I've ever seen you for 10 years. And fine, you finally have a chance to do it this year. I'm almost at the Avatar.
Anyway,
it's a realistic possibility.
It makes sense. Sony's color theme is blue. Avatar people are blue. It really makes sense. The Na'vi. Excuse me. I haven't seen the Avatar. I'm so I don't even think I should be next to Max today.
Take a break from Apex for 2.5 hours and just watch Avatar.
Can I watch Avatar while I play Apex on my other TV?
Most of the fun, which is looking at it. There really isn't a whole lot to listen to. But no, seriously, like that, we don't think that Ubisoft is doing much in the way of any big summer announcements. If they are, we haven't heard anything about them. So this would be a good place to to show that off and see what those cats are up to.
You keep talking. I'm always different cats. The Avatar game, they're all butt naked with backpacks.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're wearing like little Vine underpants.
They got mini backpacks or pouches.
They're all made out of leaves and stuff.
I mean, that is definitely a possibility. As of right now, that game is still scheduled for 2022. They haven't said a word about it. It's set for this year. PlayStation, in their recent earnings call, released a slide of the big third-party games that they are supporting, and Avatar was on there.
Yeah, if you have the word Avatar in the title of something, it's going to arrive just on time. So.
Never been wrong before.
Never.
Well, hopefully that will be the way this state of play goes for you. We'll see.
Beautiful.
Jada, what about you? What's another one you're hoping to see?
I'm again going for the big ones. I'm swinging for the fences. Final Fantasy 16. We last got that at a showcase, about a year ago now at this point, I want to say. We got a really cool trailer, but not a whole lot of details out of it. And I think right now is a great time to kind of fill that gap while we're waiting for 7 Part 2, the remake, and get everybody hooked on that, because 14 is going strong, but I think our console players that are more single player focused are really looking forward to Final Fantasy 16. So that's what I want to see.
We know there is a 16 trailer just kind of hanging out there somewhere on a hard drive at Square Enix, like the producers have talked about. Yeah, we have a trailer ready, we just haven't shown it yet.
You can't do that. That's not fair.
That was in I believe there was a transcription of an interview, and they were like, yeah, we're basically planning to show the game soon. We just had to delay the showing of it or something.
Sorry, this trailer got buried in our inbox. Meant to circle back on this.
Well, they were too busy showing Kingdom Hearts 4, which I don't think will be here. But no, 16 is, I think, another big one. We know that they also didn't want to show too much until they were we're ready to release the game. So I do feel like that one's got to be getting close to publish at some point. So a trailer here would be amazing. Like you said, though, it could be, it was shown, I believe, at a showcase last, so it could be one of the PlayStation Showcase marquee games.
Yep.
So we'll have to see. But that would be an awesome one to see today, especially because Square Enix loves to be at these shows. My last pick, I guess I am not quite swinging for the fences like Brian when it comes to Resident Evil, and more I'm just aiming to get on base. I know how sports work. I am hoping to see Resident Evil 8 DLC.
Yes.
Last year, Capcom at their summer event was like, we are making DLC in a message, like
a JPEG,
yeah.
But it was like a really spooky one. It was there. It was menacing.
It was a scary font.
What's scarier than the middle of the day in June to announce DLC? But I was scared.
The papyrus font.
Yeah, I was going to say Comic Sans.
It's a registered trademark of James Cameron. No, I love that they basically poked their heads up and they're like, oh, you like Resident Evil Village?
Yeah. It caught them by surprise.
Oh, we have DLC in the works. Guys, we got to get back to the office.
Make something. Where's the vampire lady?
It was an immensely popular game,
Yeah,
right?
it was huge. I feel that's one of the things, especially with Resident Evil. It's like they can revive anyone. They could put the DLC wherever they want. I think a lot of people want it to have some focus on Lady Dimitrescu. That feels like she was such an icon for that game. It has become so a figurehead of what 8 was for people that it would be cool to perhaps play as her in VR from that tall perspective, maybe.
That would be very interesting.
I've always wondered what it's like to be tall. That sounds like a real treat.
Yeah, that's a thing you wonder. Yeah. As I say from 2 heads below you looking at you whenever we talk. But no, I think, Resident Evil, I would hope would be here in some fashion.
Yeah.
It feels like one of those, we haven't heard from a little bit. There was a really quick pace of remakes to 8 to remakes. So hopefully we see some more of that soon. But I mean, I'm very excited. There's so much potential here, and that's one of the weird moments that we're in. We're just a few minutes away. I think we're moments.
So if none of this comes true, how angry do we get to get in the post show, or sad, or how excited do we get if things go everything we predicted today comes true?
How excited? I think if we nailed everything, I think we won't be here on the post show, and Sony will be wondering how we did that.
Now, there are tons of people in the chat saying things like Bloodborne, Persona 3, Spider-Man PC.
Oh, Persona, yes.
So,
I would love Persona.
There's a lot on the table here. Obviously, there was all the the rumors of more PC ports coming of iconic first-party PlayStation games.
Yeah.
There's a lot that could happen today. I'm very excited for it. Bloodborne's a big one. We had that nefarious rumor the other day that Bloodborne was getting a remake, and that just went away. So that was a rude lie.
That was a hard day for you, I could imagine.
Anything Bloodborne would be welcome. They could be like, we have new Bloodborne merch at the Sony store. I'd be like, all right, let's go. Let's get over there. Back to Yarnum, everybody.
I think the word Bloodborne uttered during a state of play would send the internet into a tailspin.
Yeah, it was like Reggie Fils-Aimé used to wear a Metroid pin for 7 years every now and then. And it was even though they didn't have anything in the works, it was enough to get us going.
Yeah, that's one that I think even just people want a slight remastered performance for PS5. The things fans ask for are just the basics for this game at this point. So Hopefully, I'm not going to put any stock in it, but I hope it's here. Before we get to the show, any other last minute, just crazy pie in the sky hopes?
Ooh, man.
Dragon's Dogma 2.
Ooh.
I mean, there was maybe illegitimate information floating around about things Capcom is working on, and a lot of people are like, excuse me, Dragon's Dogma 2? I feel like that's a really good time for a game like that. That first one is a big, huge, massive open-world RPG with, weird sort of asymmetrical, vaguely multiplayer stuff to it, and we just saw Elden Ring absolutely murder sales-wise,
Yep.
So I feel like Capcom kind of carting out like, hey, Master Harpies, human bones that move on their own. Like, just get some pawns out here.
We noticed you guys like open world fantasy games. Here's the JPEG.
Yeah. All roads lead to Grand Seren.
Well, we can only hope for that. But we're getting very close. So please stick around to see who called it correctly in our post show. And remember, now you can play more than before on the go with unlimited 5G. Switch to Metro and save. Just $40, period. Well, it looks like the PlayStation State of Play is going to be starting in any second now. We're just about to get there, so we're going to shut up so you can all watch that show. But we're not going anywhere. Please stick around after for our post-show, a live episode of Podcast Beyond, where we'll break down everything that got shown off. And let's go to the State of Play in just a minute. I can't believe it.
You want to just chat for 39 seconds?
Sure, let's do that. How are you doing?
So Vita 2. This is it. This is my Hail Mary. Handhelds are immensely popular again. The Switch is crushing it. Steam just put out the Steam Deck. Everyone's making handhelds. The Analog Pocket rules. Great time. Vita 2, bring it back. I need another dedicated Sony handheld gaming platform that plays all my favorite PlayStation games.
Brian, what format is it using?
You mean like
cartridges? Are they going back to UMD?
All digital, and regular ass saving mechanisms and no proprietary $400.
And a third thumbstick.
Yes, free.
Well,
it's in the middle of the screen, which is weird.
I hope that happens. We're going to the State of Play. Enjoy. I can't wait.
Here we go.
Woo!
Located baby eagle.
Guess you, me, picked the wrong spot to vacation, eh?
You will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
State of Play returns, and we've got some great PlayStation updates to share with you today. And thanks to Capcom for kicking it off with Resident Evil 4, coming to PS5 with PlayStation VR2 content also in development. Now let's get a sneak peek at 4 games in development for PlayStation VR2.
Now, let's take a look at him. Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Mother. Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
What are you doing?
You, of all people, have the audacity to question me? You, who emerged from the putrid waters of the bayou to plunder our righteous gains and cut our throats like a demon in the night. What have you done to ensure the future of this forsaken city? You, who have brought nothing but chaos. When death was swallowing this city whole, it was I who resurrected it. It was I who shined as a beacon of hope for all. The tower cries out for blood, and I vow to spill it. When the bells ring, the song they sing will be righteous. Welcome home, tourist.
There. Where are you taking me? I asked you a question. Everyone says Reyes is a good shot.
Yeah, and he'll put arrows through both of us. You're switching with me.
It's a snap maw. We're not gonna make it! Blameless Murad had me released from prison. But why? Redemption is still possible, Reyes. Climb the mountain. Find out why the machines are attacking. Do that, and you shall be a free man. It will take all your wits, your skills, and courage You have walked in the shadows, Reyes. Now it is time to climb into the light.
Hi, I'm Ben McCaw, Narrative Director at Guerrilla. I hope you enjoyed your first look at Horizon Call of the Mountain, coming exclusively to PlayStation VR2. We're also happy to announce that a big update to Horizon Forbidden West, including New Game Plus, will be available to download on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 today. For details on this free update, please check out PlayStation Blog. From all of us at Guerrilla, thank you for your continued support, and please stay tuned for more updates to come.
Get ready, a PlayStation fan favorite is coming to PC.
These past few years, sacrificing so much and asking for nothing.
If you want to change the world, you have to be the kind of man who can make the hardest decisions. Do you really need two of those?
You are everything that's wrong with this city!
I'm gonna go,
Do your thing.
You can't just push people around like that.
Just ask for help next time.
Time to bring back the glory days.
Did you just leave your clothes on the kitchen floor? Explore a mysterious cyber city in Stray, coming to PS5 and PS4 July 19th. PlayStation Plus Extra members and higher can download Stray at no extra cost when it launches next month. Up next, 3 games that will get your heart racing.
Take a look outside. Did you know that they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. So whatever you're holding on to right there, That's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. I'm just trying to give you a chance at rebirth. I just love that last part. Gives me chills every time.
In the year 2030, a new blood sport grips the globe. And in the arena, there will only be the victorious and the dead.
Sometimes I wonder if things will ever be normal again. The world hasn't ended yet. It's not hopeless. I won't let anyone else get hurt! Don't you want science in your corner? Oh, ew! I'm going to miss them.
I look forward to seeing what you can do.
Action games and dating sims collide in Eternites, coming to PS5 and PS4 next year. Let's check back in with Capcom for a new look at an upcoming heavy hitter.
When you go looking for strength, It's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, I'm on the time like I can keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I gotta dig in it deep. I feel like I'm on the block, it really has got me. Actions are with the wind, no goodbyes. If you just let it get, I'm out in the skinny, right around in the dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me what you wanna call me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny. My secret art.
Street Fighter 6.
That was your first look at Street Fighter 6 gameplay. Mark your calendars, it comes to PS5 and PS4 in 2023. Now it's time for 2 indie adventures arriving later this year.
She set out to record life at the end of this season.
To make it real for people in the future. She asked us about living together.
And we asked her about traveling alone.
When the season turns, what will remain?
Only what she saw, what she captured.
She carries the sounds of the season with her. The way she listened made you want to tell her everything.
I got to look in her journal. The world was telling her its secrets. I think she even figured out what will happen to us when the season ends. Is it going? Is it gone?
Not yet.
世界中のゲーマーの皆さん、こんにちは。ファイナルファンタジー16プロデューサーの吉田です。長らくお待たせいたしましたが、いよいよファイナルファンタジー16の最新情報をお届けする日がやってまいりました。最新のトレーラーとともにインタビューなども始まりますので、ぜひそちらも楽しみにお待ちください。今世界には本当に様々な困難があります。僕らゲーム開発者にはゲームを一生懸命作るということしかできません。ゲームというエンターテインメントを通じてゲーマーの皆さんが心の底から楽しめる時間を提供していきたいと思ってます。それでは最新のトレーラーをどうぞ。
Who are we? What are the dominants? The power we wield, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us, it unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon.
There's going to be another war, isn't there?
Every day we delay brings us closer to disaster. We must move now.
The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss.
I unite the dominants, that we may bring an end to the strife, and found a new order to see us unto tomorrow.
If I take the field, our duel will shake the island to its foundations.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on.
Awaken, child of fate. Awaken, if free.
And that's a wrap. Don't forget to visit PlayStation Blog to learn even more about today's announcements. See you next time.
reveals. We got release dates for a bunch of stuff. We got a ton of surprises. Almost everything that we predicted in the pre-show was here.
We did well.
Yeah.
Sorry, Avatar.
Sorry,
Avatar. Sorry to Avatar.
I'm a little bit disappointed. But no. Like, we come out, we're like, oh, it was a panel of experts. We're at IGN. We know what we're talking about. We just read the internet a lot. Like, we sometimes know secret stuff, but we can't talk about it.
I don't go on there.
We didn't know. We were
no idea.
This was like, safe guesses. In some cases, we're like, Resident Evil 4, please.
Yeah.
And then
I tweeted it out. I wish Resident Evil 4 Remake is a good place to start because I tweeted out. I wish everyone could have heard the scream from Ryan, the pure excitement and joy.
Yeah. I feel like just one of the luckiest people in the world because like over the last few years, like two of my favorite games of all time were Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, which got a gorgeous remake, and Resident Evil 4, which is also getting a gorgeous remake. I freaked out. That game looks stunning. It surpassed even my wildest dreams of what I could expect from it. The scene where Leon is entering the village for the first time, the second I heard the Spanish guitars and saw the letter R, I'm like, we are in. This is it. Because that's how that game starts out.
Well, no, first we were like, Red Dead? Last of Us? The other guitar game.
I was like, is it called Fractions now? Is that the Last of Us multiplayer?
It is so gorgeous and moody and atmospheric. The game always was. It seems like there's like new perspectives, new content here potentially. Obviously, like we've seen these games before, kind of slimmed down from their original versions. Resident Evil 4 itself is a massive game. It is one of the biggest, longest third-person story-driven games ever made. It comes from an era of video games where they were allowed to do that. I guess at the time they were just like, we're going to keep scoping this game, keep adding stuff. So, I mean, it's a huge game. I don't know if we'll get all of it in the remake. I don't want to get to that part yet where I'm popping, the balloons in my brain and losing hope. But for now, I am so excited for this. This is so beautiful, so gorgeous, and we got a release date.
Yeah, I was going to say you'll know when you can pop those balloons because we know it's coming March 24th, 2023.
That's right.
And we'll also include VR2 support, and we can talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, just to go over, it was a lengthy trailer. Like, this was a big, expansive look at this remake, and I think to your point of like, will it be the full game? Will it have new perspectives? We have certainly seen Capcom take some liberties in the remakes and not do necessarily beat for beat, but also stuff that is very beat for beat. So I imagine it'll be a mix of both.
Yeah, and like Resident Evil 4, if you haven't played it, is one of the most like sort of visually diverse games ever made. You're in swamps, you're in forests, you're in castles. The last third of the game is basically like in a battlefield. There's just so much going on. It's so moody and spooky. It does jump scares well. It does. I mean, it to me, it reinvented the genre, survival horror in general. I'm so happy right now. This is. Whatever, you guys do the rest of the show. That's all I needed. That was so good.
That's what we said. If the state of play had been just that would have been good enough. That would have been a great state of play.
Summer of Gaming is off to a good start for me. That was at the top of the list for me. I'm so happy right now.
That was the opening announcement. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Max, how did you feel about that?
Very happy. Yeah. I'm a very late adopter of RE4 because I hang out with him all the time. He's like, play it already. I was like, okay, fine. It's such a good game. It's so much fun, and even playing the original like really holds up incredibly well. And it's interesting to look at this because like RE, the remakes of 2 and 3, really stunning, gorgeous, brilliant games. Obviously, they had to take some liberties, cut some stuff down, but they're also just like they're breathtaking to look at. And I remember playing those and being like, how are they going to do this with 4? And the answer is a generational leap. Like, this is very clearly going to be a next-gen game, and it makes sense because there's a generational leap between 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the, PS5's, like, loading capabilities and just how it's able to kind of, spin up new worlds without having to throw you on a loading screen is going to be really huge for this. And, I mean, this is definitely visually stunning. I think it is very important to get in front of this right now. I will be shocked and aghast if this is the entirety of RE4 remade from the ground up. Like, I think there are going to be some concessions and some things that are tweaked and altered to sort of maybe not streamline it, but make it so that they can fit enough stuff in there, make it fit right. But I'm definitely not complaining. It looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Jada, what did you think of it?
I loved it. I love Resident Evil 4. I love the Resident Evil franchise. Like, 4 came at such a formative years for a lot of us when we were playing games. Like, it was that transition from the older Resident Evil style gameplays and we got this third-person action, and 4 just really nailed it and brought it home. The one thing I'm missing out of this trailer, though, is what you buying, stranger?
Yeah,
where's the merchant? Where's the merchant?
We need to see that merchant.
We need the merchant.
He'll be the next trailer, I'm sure. That's a perfect sound up from like Total Black, and then just here's the guy. There
got some red things on sale for you, stranger. Yeah.
Brian, because you are the RE4 uber fan, I do have to ask, I have not played the original yet. Do you think I should before this, or just go in cold?
Oh man, well, you got a year. I'd say play it, and then you'll appreciate it. I think it still holds up. It's got that pop and shot gameplay. You are not running and gunning. You stop and shoot, and so that takes a minute to calibrate to. But once you do, you realize the entire game design around that. Now, whether or not that will make it into the remake, that's one of my interesting questions. That's having a lot more dynamic gameplay was added to 2 and 3, and so we'll see what happens here. But I'm all for it. We also got to mention of some VR content coming to it.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because they remade the game entirely for Oculus, and now they're remaking the game entirely again for PS5 and making a VR port or sorts of
what the sort of cart and horse of that is.
Yeah.
Because could that have been sort of a dry run to be like, which parts of this work in VR and which don't?
100%. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were doing. It was a test run to see like what works in VR, what doesn't. And I think it's going to be kind of like how we got Resident Evil 6, right? 7, yeah. Where 7 had a VR version of it, and I think this is going to be kind of the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a lot easier to take a first-person game and dump that in VR than a third person.
Sure.
That's kind of like a very odd science experiment, but
yeah, they have that blueprint, but it will be interesting because I assume this will be third person, like the other remakes, like the original was. But yeah, we'll see what they do.
This is one of my favorite video game announcements of all time. I am so happy right now.
It was so great. Yeah, that was a phenomenal way that started off the State of Play, and we'll get into what followed after that. We're just going to celebrate Brian for the rest of the show. But we will get to all the other VR stuff that came after that. I do want to talk about some of the other heavy hitters that came throughout the show, shall we say. I stole that from the State of Play. Street Fighter 6 got a full trailer. No longer do we have... Also, we got a new logo. First of all,
we got a new logo, yes.
Jada, what did you think of this reveal?
Oh my god, it's everything I wanted to see in a Street Fighter 6 trailer. Like, the combat looks so fun, it looks fast, it's fluid. I love that they're going back to this kind of like graffiti art, watercolor type of effects on the fights. It looks like they're bringing back some form of the focus attacks from Street Fighter 4, so it looks like they're really listening to the fans who really loved 4 and had some misgivings about 5. I just hope that they really have learned from 5 where there wasn't enough content at launch, and they're making up for that. And I think that's part of why they're doing this kind of like we saw Luke exploring and climbing ladders and walking around.
Yeah,
it was so.
You said you wanted to see fighting, and I said I wanted to see the street, which was a joke. But here we go.
Yeah,
they're putting the street back in Street Fighter. You actually have to go down the street to do the fight.
It doesn't look, it's not like open world or anything like that, but it does have these sort of like final fight, beat 'em up, almost Streets of Rage type areas, which I'm really into. That's Capcom's roots when it comes to the side-scrolling fighting games, Metro City, all that fun stuff. Like, it's so cool to see that brought into this franchise here, because I'm bad at beating people up in Street Fighter, professionally, competitively, terrible. Real life. You're amazing. Yeah, but just getting to run around this world, doing single-player stuff, beating people up, that sounds so cool to me.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's kind of brilliant. I'm gonna call it out for what it is. This is like very clearly going to be kind of a games as a service type of thing. Like, this is the hub world. This is going to be if they're concerned about there not being enough content at launch, I think treating it as like, this is a place to hang out. Like, this isn't just a lobby where you're waiting for a fight to start. Like, you're going to be running around and doing stuff. I wonder if we're going to see like character customization a bunch, but like, that is a really kind of good way of looping in more casual players, is to have maybe not even just conventional campaigns, single player stuff, but having like having a city to run around and explore.
Trimmings around.
It is I'm so glad we're moving past this like stare at a menu screen while you're waiting to get into a match and a lobby. Let me walk around, let me change my customization, let me if I see somebody else, like, hey, let's go into a training mode and let's spar for a bit. Let's hit the lab.
Another game that handled that really well, along with splashing paint around everywhere, was Splatoon. And that's kind of that hub world of like, you can go over here and customize, you can talk to the DJs, you can hang out.
I was like, how are you going to tie this back to Resident Evil? But no, you're totally right. And I think it is, Jada, I think you're totally on the money in terms of like, that is the thing that breaks down barriers for people who are scared by fighting games, like me. Because I go into a match and I'm like, I don't know the combos, I'm done, goodbye. And
Jonathan, I'm sorry about that one time that I perfect, 2 rounds in a row. I couldn't, I was in
You knew going in I wasn't good, and yet you still did it anyway.
Well, I mean, that's the double-edged sword of fighting games. It's like there is an incredibly hardcore community surrounding them who are really, really good. And they beat the crap out of us.
Yes.
Like, I mean, I want to go in there and mess around, and like, the issue is finding matchmaking and having that sort of push me, pull you of like making it challenging enough to keep people hooked without just completely scaring them off. So
They
like,
should let us use double-edged swords to fight those guys.
I just want to run around the streets. I don't want to fight. Can I fight people with cardboard boxes on their heads? Apparently I can.
Yeah,
So.
it's so pretty too. Like,
yeah. It's a really beautiful city. We're seeing life and like day and night of it. We're getting a whole sense of this as a world. And I think, Max, to your point of like whether this may be on the PlayStation blog now as we're saying this.
Yep.
So if any of our producers catch that, please let us know. But yeah, I could see this totally being the basis for a games as a service, because they want to add, like Jada, as you were saying, they were light at launch for Street Fighter V, but they supported that. They supported 4 for years after.
Yes.
And they're probably going to do the same here.
And you know, credit where credit's due. When we first saw the Street Fighter 6 reveal, the logo was bad. We just saw some packs. It seemed very muted. You know, no problem with packs. Show them all you want. But like it was muted, and this brought all the vibrant energy, all like that fun craziness that I associate with Street Fighter as a franchise. And kudos to Capcom for bringing that here today.
No, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely one of the highlights. There was one other big one. We're running short a little bit of time before we have to go to a break, so I'm just going to briefly mention it. We can maybe talk about it after the break, though. But Final Fantasy 16 also closed the show.
Yes.
To talk about heavy hitters from beginning to end, we're, I think, going to maybe get a little deeper into it. We did get a summer 2023 release window for it. Obviously, those things can change. There was also a very nice message from Yoshida, I believe, the producer, kind of talking about how we hope this can be an escape for people. We're really passionate about this one. One thing I do want to briefly touch on, and we'll dive in deeper later, but Max, you were sort of saying it's weird to have a new Final Fantasy because 15 was.
No,
so
we've gotten like we had 15, which was announced I think when I was in high school, and
As
we
versus
knew
13.
those characters for a while, and then we had 3 Lightning games, so we
Yep.
kind of got used to seeing her, and there was 14, which has been getting stuff added to it for however long, and then they remade 7. So like for them to card out a completely new, I mean even what was the hack and slash that just came out, the one
Oh, Stranger of Paradise.
right, yeah, even that is like going back to Final Fantasy 1 characters, so like it's kind of weird for them to card out like new people entirely and just be like, who are you? What, I guess I have to play the game to find out. You know?
Yeah, and it was an absolutely gorgeous look at the game. It was a pretty lengthy one as well. I think we saw a lot of the summons, I guess, the usual Final Fantasy summons that you expect, the sort of gods of the universe. But it was packed. Jada, before we have to jump off, how did you feel about the summer date?
The summer date?
Yeah.
I think it's perfect. I think Final Fantasy is a perfect game for the summer when there's normally not a lot of games. Look at us right now. There's not a lot that's new coming out that we're waiting to play.
Right.
Like how great would it be to have a Final Fantasy today to play during our summer drought? So I think they're really smart in getting ready for 2023, and they're gonna.
The weather's
cover that
hot. Everyone's at the beach. Let's stay inside and play a 400-hour RPG.
Yes,
That sounds like every summer I had as a kid.
Yeah.
Anyway, we need to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to break down, recap, and updog from the PlayStation State of Play. IGN Summer of Gaming Podcast Beyond will continue right after this. Wait, what's updog?
I put that in there.
I am so lame.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile and presented by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com.
My immediate thought
What's
after
your
you said we
warrior?
got to see some pecs was Greg was
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
And we're back talking all things PlayStation State of Play right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. Thank you so much for joining us. Earlier today, we asked our audience which games they were most excited to see and laid out some predictions of our own about which titles we would see today. Let's take a look at how we all did. This is the Called It Recap sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile. Play more than before on the go with unlimited 5G, switch to Metro, and save. Just $40, period. So we did pretty well, I've got to say. Yeah, our audience did as well, but you know, overall, I'm pretty happy with our predictions.
I mean, I screamed about Resident Evil 4 and it showed up, so I don't really even know what else to say. That's amazing. I'm not even taking credit for that. I'm just happy.
No, is that a lesson you want to pass on to our listeners, that they need to just scream outside for the game they want?
I mean, that could have been like, maybe that was my one wish for my whole life, and I used it there. And you know what? I don't have any regrets about that. Money would have been good, but I'll take that.
Max, how are you feeling about predictions-wise from pre-show? Obviously, Avatar.
Good. I mean, Avatar didn't show up, but it's okay. I'm used to waiting for Avatar. We got to look at Stray, which is, I was really hoping to see more of, and at the same time, I also don't want to see more of it because I want to play it.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where I kind of was just like,
we got a release date too.
We did. Yeah, we'll talk about
July.
Yeah, July 19th, I believe, and we'll talk.
So
about
one of your cat wishes came through.
Yeah, I really just want more cat games, apparently. Yeah.
Jada, you of course, you were pretty much on the money.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 and Street Fighter 6. I got like I wanted to cry, but my makeup would have run, and I didn't have enough time to fix it, so I held it in. And I'm just so excited to play both of these games when they start to release.
If you got 2 wishes, then I can still use my other one for money, and you'll all get a little bit.
Well, of course, the one that our audience most hoped to see at the show was Horizon Call of the Mountain, and we got a pretty lengthy showcase of it. This is, a first-party PSVR2 title. It's coming from Firesprite Games, one of the PlayStation's most recent acquisitions, as well as Guerrilla themselves. They're working kind of collaborations. We saw, a couple of minutes of gameplay at this point. It's first person. We saw a bit of climbing, some, the things you would expect to do in Horizon, but in first person climbing. I think for me, the biggest surprise though was the dinosaur robot combat. I know people don't love dinosaur robot, but robot combat.
Right.
I was not expecting that.
Like, I specifically did not call that. I called the exact opposite. This clearly has much more action-oriented combat than I was expecting, which leads me to believe that it is a, sizable chunk of a game. I'm wondering if this is going to be sort of on the same scale as, I don't know, like a older campaign game you'd see where, 6 to 8 hour long. I mean, maybe that's over-promising, but like on the bright side, they already built this world. Like they've got a couple of these, environments under their belt, and I guess kind of redoing the scale and putting VR in there is a pretty cool way to go about it. But yeah, the combat looks kind of awesome. It looks like a very different experience from what we're used to. It's got, obviously some kind of motion gimmickry to it, but like that's not a bad thing necessarily. And I noticed there's kind of a lot of that sort of slowdown, which I think will be pretty cool because, obviously like the conventional Horizon games, they push back pretty hard. They'll beat the crap out of you. But like in this case, I think making it, a little more cinematic, a little more stylized, giving you kind of a second to pop off an arrow and, shoot one of those guys in the head.
Yeah, and Horizon's always given you that ability. There's always like a perk in the perk tree where when you're jumping in the air, it slows down time briefly. So it makes sense for it to be used in the VR version of this as well. I'm really excited. I want to see if there's more melee combat with like if there's like a staff or a spear or anything like that the character gets to use on top of the bow. We saw there was climbing axes, like Tomb Raider style for climbing. There's so much that was in this trailer that I got to rewatch it a couple more times to really dial in on everything that we're going to get.
What kind of caught me off guard is that you saw like the sort of jungle areas, swamp areas, but you saw some of like the snowy ice mountains too.
Yeah.
So it makes me think that like a lot of the diverse locations that you see in those games are going to make it here. All in all, I do feel like this is going to be like a more guided experience than your traditional open world game. But that doesn't mean it's going to be limited. And I actually really liked the way they're shoehorning that into here to sort of be like, hey, hey, you're on a boat right now, and this is walking by you. Oh, you can attack this over here. Oh, you can climb this over here. Like, it seems like it's going to be a really awesome game to just experience straight through, even if it is a little more, straight line than the typical Horizon game.
Well, it reminds me, Max, to your point of like probably this being a somewhat larger experience. This to me feels very like blood and truthy, but we're getting it, early on in the life of VR2.
That game was fun as hell. Like, that was such, and they clearly had to build that from the ground up. But like Guerrilla's they've got this world out there, and I think like putting a more not on rails necessarily, but a more linear experience within that world is a really smart way to kind of repurpose what they've already made. It's also anybody who looks at this and goes, this doesn't look that impressive. You probably haven't done a lot of VR because it always is like so much more. Like doing the most ordinary stuff in VR is, it'll make you want to throw up in a good way.
Opening a door.
That zipline stuff and the climbing, like that's going to be nerve-wracking.
I remember playing Batman VR and just holding like a clipboard and turning it for 10 minutes. Like just little mundane things like that. And it's also like PSVR 2 is going to be so powerful, and Horizon's one of the best looking games ever made. So putting those things together it's such a smart way to launch this hardware.
Yeah, it looks really exciting. There's a lot of great combat options there and things that we'll be able to do. But I hope, it feels like Horizon. We're not playing as Aloy, but we're going to be able to get to see some more things about it. But anyway, Metro by T-Mobile wants to invite you to play more than before on the go with unlimited 5G. They're helping us announce our predictions throughout the summer so you can stay connected to all the latest Summer of Gaming news. So switch to Metro and save. Just $40, period. Remember to stay tuned to IGN social channels to make your voice heard and help us predict the next big announcement. Anyway, I think we're going to throw to a little bit of a break, but we have so much more to talk about right after this. Please stay tuned.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your worry? And sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile.
I feel like we're gonna get
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
All just kind of works.
Doesn't it?
It does.
It's great.
Thank you all so much for continuing to be here with me to talk about such a huge state of play. We really got so much to talk about. I do want to mention, we talked about Horizon Call of the Mountain, but the sort of PSVR 2 landscape was shown to us a little bit. We also saw that Resident Evil 8, this was my prediction for DLC, wasn't quite on the money, but we did learn that it will get VR support.
Yep.
in the future, which is...
You did say you wanted to see more of the tall lady, and
we will.
You'll get to do that now.
We really will. The internet is going to be a strange place after that comes out.
You're going to have to look straight up in
Oh,
order
yeah.
to like see her in shot.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be a weird one. But yeah, we also learned about that in addition to The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. I believe it's Chapter 2, Retribution is the full name of it. That's actually coming to PSVR 1 and PSVR 2. So that one did have a 2022 date on it. I probably am going to guess that's VR 1. We learned about that. Horizon Call of the Mountain. No Man's Sky is coming to PSVR 2. It's available on PSVR 1 as well. And I think that is all of the VR games, unless I'm forgetting any. But I think those were all the main heavy hitters there. How are we feeling about the showing for VR2 here? Brian, do you
Yeah, it's shaping up. I mean, and it's one of those things where I, like, before the show, I was kind of like, I don't know if it'll find an audience. I don't know who will buy it. And then they're like, Resident Evil 4 remake VR, and I'm like, I will buy it. that's all it's.
That sold you pretty much, yeah.
I mean, with VR, it's like you want a couple of killer apps. We have to learn more about it. We need to know price, release date, potential connectivity with PC and stuff like that. But for now, they're building up awareness for it, and they're showing you some really cool stuff you'll be able to do with it. That's a good way to start.
Yeah, it's a solid first showing. One of the ones I do want to talk about a little bit later. But Max, how did you feel about this overall first showing of PSVR 2?
I mean, it's weird because we still don't really have much to go on in the actual device itself. You know, it does kind of feel like they're, putting the cart before the horse a little bit. But it's also good because if you build it, they will come. Like it's reassuring to know that there will be games at launch, because I know one of the big disappointments from experience with the PSVR 2 was having this thing and not really having enough stuff to play on it. And there is like a pretty decent kind of library there of PSVR 1 games. And hopefully those are compatible, but it's kind of reassuring to be like, hey, you want to meet that very tall lady in VR? Well, great news. Buckle up.
It's going to happen. Yeah. I mean, speaking to that, I think the backward compatibility question is the one that we probably get the most on the show. People ask, write in to ask us. That is the strange one. And I guess the No Man's Sky announcement here worried me a little. Maybe it is just a better version that you'll get for free if you own it. But Jada, how are you feeling, I guess, on the prospect of backward compatibility after that reveal?
That's the $1 million question when it comes to any time you have a piece of technology and you get a new version. Like, is my old stuff going to work with my new stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do I need to rebuy? What is do I have to chuck out the window? Like,
you don't have to throw it out the window. That's a little bit aggressive.
That's what you do when you're done with technology.
I only have so much space in my house, Max. I live in San Francisco.
You don't have doors? Like, just
Jada's neighbors are constantly getting hit with discs and controllers.
You know what? I look at it as one person's trash is another person's treasure.
That's
they get
right.
free stuff.
Fair.
But no, I think that it's going to be. I'm very excited at the prospect of PSVR 2 and getting upgraded versions. I'm hoping that they do follow, as you were saying, and giving us just kind of free updates to that newer version. Or if they're going to charge, hopefully they follow that $10 upgrade path that they did in the past, because some of these PSVR games have been out for a while, so I can understand with all the extra work that the developers had to put in to get it ready for PSVR 2, like wanting some type of compensation for all that extra work. So
Yeah, totally.
I mean, No Man's Sky obviously kind of on a similar level to PSVR, not the same level, but had sort of a not underwhelming launch, but like people were like, hey, I wanted more than this. And
it
I
was
think
very rocky.
By kind of aligning this with PSVR 2, it's kind of like, hey, like all of our stuff, like, I mean, the No Man's Sky that's out for PSVR 1 is like it's the whole game. It's all the stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a dumbed down version. And I think if this is the next gen, up-res, up-zooted version running in this and now it's got haptics or something, that's kind of cool. That's a nice way of...
I think the tone they're setting here is that PSVR 2 will be a place to play big, huge, meaty games.
Yeah.
And I don't think we got a ton of that with first PSVR, and I like that they're setting that tone here.
Yeah, I do think, speaking to what you were just saying, and also Max, how earlier, that's something that you can track kind of on the episodes of Beyond. There were waves of VR, where it was like PSVR had a lot of great stuff for like 6 months in 2018, and then like 3 months in 2017, and then there would be lulls. I'm hoping we don't see those lulls here, but at least this is an opening salvo of things. I think this is a pretty strong lineup, especially when you consider Horizon in there. I do think that one's going to be really fun. But that wasn't the only focus. I was actually surprised kind of how short PSVR 2 was as part of it. But we did get, I think, the best way to classify it, a lot of very cool indies. And a lot of them are coming very soon. I want to start with Stray, which is getting a release date for July 19th. We also learned that this is going to be on the PlayStation Plus premium and deluxe tiers pretty much day one,
which is great.
It's awesome. I think that's a thing, a lot of people like to talk about other subscription services and games coming day one. I think a thing that we've not known so far is if Sony would do that with third-party games. So to see that with Stray, I think is a big deal.
Well, because they told everyone we're not doing that with first-party
with ours.
games. So we were like, come on, just do it.
Just do it with something.
But they didn't say they were going to do it with third-party games. So this is a nice surprise. I'm subscribed to that because I bought that year when everybody did, when it was like a price drop. So I'll get this game automatically. I'm really excited for it. It's gorgeous. Max, you wanted this game to be here today, and you got your wish. You got your cat.
Yeah, I'm also really happy to see that release date is much sooner than later. And I think they need to bang that PS Plus drum a little bit harder. I think one of the things that really got people to pay attention to Game Pass was that there was that logo front and center in Microsoft's E3 showings to be like, hey, play it day one on Game Pass. Boom.
And they did it for game after game after game.
Yeah, and I think Sony needs to really just keep doing that. Even in this case, it felt almost like an afterthought. I would buy this game anyway, but if it's going to be coming to the thing that I'm already paying for, then that's really cool to hear. More of that, please. That's how you compete in that space.
Yeah, absolutely. Jada, what do you think of? We're now just, I guess, a month and a half away from Stray. Are you excited for this one?
I'm very excited. There was one shot in the trailer where his eyes kind of glossed over, very yellow, and I was like, "Is this an alien cat?" We're dealing with robots and stuff. We don't know really what the full setting as a whole is going to look like. So I'm very interested in what the storyline's going to look like for Stray. I'm very, very excited for this. I just got a cat literally a year ago, so I'm learning all of the
eccentricities?
All the eccentricities. That is a perfect
So
word.
wait. Your cat's eyes don't just randomly turn yellow sometimes? Take the cat to the vet. That's not normal. They're supposed to do that all the time. That's a very normal.
The eyes don't go yellow. What's happening? But no, this one is one that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to. I was talking to a few people recently, and the reveal trailer for this one did huge on IGN. People have been so excited for this game. So it's awesome to see we're only a few weeks away from it, and it'll be on PS Plus for everyone who, like Brian, bought that great deal to subscribe.
People love cat.
That was a really awesome one to see. Another one that I'm really excited was shown off. I believe it's coming late in September. Is Tunic. This has been on Xbox and PC earlier this year, but we're already going to be getting it on PlayStation later this year. I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet. Have any of you played Tunic?
Yeah, I played a bunch of it. It's if you're waiting for a Zelda game to come to PlayStation, this is your chance. This is pretty much isometric top-down Zelda. It's got the weird obtuseness of some of my more preferred Zeldas, like Link's Awakening and stuff like that. A little bit of Majora's Mask, which I dig. It's more obtuse than I would say your traditional Zelda game. There's a lot of puzzle solving. There's a lot of you learn a language throughout this game, piecing together artifacts of scanned video game manual from the 80s. So it's really clever. It's got a lot of charm to it. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm glad that PlayStation players get to play this game.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
I think it's super smart to the cadence with which they're releasing this, because a lot of people were speaking very highly of it on Xbox, and I can see it getting thrown in some Game of the Year conversations by it having kind of a resurgence of players on PlayStation.
Yeah, Jada, you were saying you've played a little bit of it?
Yeah, you literally took the words out of my mouth. This game is amazing. I played through it completely on the Xbox. I'm excited to play through it again on PlayStation and get those trophies. And like Brian was saying, the instruction manuals are so just very not convoluted, but very complex, and you have to really decipher them, what each thing means. You'll get one page and it'll have 12 different objects and just question marks next to them. Go figure it out. It's very much that go and just play and try things out. There's so many hidden paths in the game too. I can't tell you how many times I died and then I get through the part and I find a shortcut back to the beginning of the world. I'm just oh, so if I could have just
you get those aha moments.
Yeah, I could have just skipped all of this and got to
That's awesome.
So it's play Tunic when it comes out.
Sounds like the perfect game to use an IGN guide for. Go to IG. I drop a link on the screen, please. Anyway, in addition to, I thought we would have it ready. In addition to that, some of the other indies that I was really excited to see was a brand new one I do want to touch on, which was called Roller Dome.
I want to play Roller Dome.
That's from Roll7, who, if you haven't played Ollie Ollie World, go play it. It is one of the best games this year. But Ollie Ollie World came out earlier this year. Roll7 is a great studio. They've done a lot of awesome stuff. This was, I guess, the best way to describe it, as we were during the show, was roller derby with guns.
Yeah, and Sable's art style almost.
It's got a little Tony Hawk, little Jet Set Radio, a little bit of Vanquish with the maneuvering around people.
Well, I love that, we saw this and I was like, oh, is Sable coming to PlayStation? And we're like, wait, that didn't have roller skates that I recall. And I love this kind of retro vibe. I also think it's hilarious how like Ubisoft came out with Roller Champions and they're like, it's super glossy and finished, and they're like, yeah, but what if it had less graphics and more guns?
Yeah.
This reminds me. This is a deep cut. This reminds me so much of the music video for Justice's New Lands, which is like this weird kind of 70s like roller, which is obviously reminiscent of Rollerball, but like I'm very into this. I love the look of it, and Roll 7 has some experience with rolling things and skateboards.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to see them do roller skates. So
they know how wheels work. Yeah. For those who maybe haven't played Ollie Ollie World before or any of Roll 7's other games, they're really great at very like in the moment, I guess like crunchy gameplay. Like it's very much about the button presses and the feel of those button presses as you're doing every move.
Yep.
Like in the older Ollie Ollie games, you need to click a button just to land properly. Like they are really all about that. So I would not be shocked if Roller Drome, not Dome, excuse me, does have some really like finessing to it for the moveset that you're able to pull off. This one also coming in August, which is like, I think, we've all been talking a little bit about how it's a little bit of a quieter year right now. We're wondering when things are going to land. We're sort of getting this nice cadence of these indies of like, Roller Drome will be in August. We're getting Stray in July, Tunic in September. This is like a nice, comfortable rollout, I think.
I could also use some smaller games after, Elden Ring. Like I'm not really, champing at the bit for like another huge open world game. I'm sure I'll play 3 of them, but like, it's going to be cool to see some smaller stuff come along.
Yeah, totally.
This is, especially with that and Horizon back to back, and then other big games coming out right around that. I've done a lot of open worlds. I like shorter games now. Another indie that I do want to touch on was, of course, Season, which we saw again. That's one that we've talked about before from State of Plays and things like that. We got a season for Season. It is coming autumn 2022. I appreciate they did autumn and not fall.
Yeah.
That's my big note.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, fall could have worked if they fell off the bike at any part during the trailer.
Sure.
But I'm glad that they didn't fall off the trailer, off their bike in the trailer.
Can you fall in season?
Fall in season could be a top SEO trending term.
we can figure out if you do actually fall. But no, Brian, I know you were saying during the show you were really struck by the look of this one.
Yeah, it's just really, really beautiful. I appreciate the atmosphere here, like just taking in everything here. I have like. Immediately, I'm kind of like, I didn't know you could ride your bike on a lot of these surfaces, like tall grass, but sure, you can talk to a cow, so we'll, not to get in the weeds like he just did. But this is a beautiful game, and that's what we're looking for, right? Like, this is why we bought a PS5. We bought these next-gen consoles because we want these big, beautiful, original, gorgeous-looking games. And this is exactly delivering on that for me. This is hyper stylish, and I want to know more about it, and I cannot wait to play it.
Yeah, it looks really engaging. Jada, what do you think about this?
I love it. I love all the different actions. I love that we're getting another photographer as a character in games. There's like, 5 or 6 of them that are like very well known. I'm sure there's plenty of indie characters that are photographers, but this is another one that looks great. There's also like audio recording. I want to know what that process is going to look like and what that is. What's the point of it? Like, in a good way. Like, I want to know what what this game is going to entail. Like, it's such a enigma right now, and I want to know more.
Yeah, and luckily we're only a few months away from it. Max, what do you think of this one?
I think it's gorgeous. It's one of those kind of make or break thing for me is I think how much the world sucks me in, and how my biggest fear is that everyone's too chatty. Because like when there's this big beautiful world to go explore, if you just have to go talk to NPCs and they're like, I don't know, go check this thing out, I'll be like, shut up, let me look at the clouds and go wander around. But yeah, no, it looks great. I'm glad.
What
it's
if you can ring
soon.
your bike bell until they show up?
Oh,
bling, bling,
it'll
bling.
come through the speaker.
That would make the game for me.
You can feel the bring of the bell through the haptics on the PS5.
Yeah, it'll really make
what if they
you feel
squeak like bike brakes?
Ooh, that would be
right.
That would
you
be
could feel
really
the
cool.
Wow, a bike
pedaling with
the
haptics, like Pokemon cards in the spokes.
We definitely need a biking simulator for PS5 now.
Yeah, that's perfect. No, but yeah, I think you're totally right, and I hope based on what we saw in that trailer, it's one that we saw big, wide shots of the environment. Like that's what I want to get lost in, not walking to person, giving them an item, walking to another person, giving them an item. So hopefully it is. It is only a few months away. Technically, autumn is in a few months, so hopefully it comes out then we'll get to know. Before we jump to any other games, I do want to circle back because we didn't get to fully jump into it, but I think Final Fantasy 16 is worth taking a little more time out to talk about. One of the striking things, Jada, you had said as we were watching was that it looked like there were duels based on the health bars on screen. Like it was an interesting...
Yeah, it looked like anytime you're fighting with one of the summons or eidolons or whatever they're calling them, the dominants, I think I heard the word come out in the trailer. You saw like kind of a fighting game health bar kind of versus up in the top right part of the screen. And I mean, seeing boss health bars in game is not a new thing, but I thought it was a really cool kind of dynamic where it really pits you up against this god that you're going to be fighting. It's mano a mano that you're going to be going toe to toe with them. And the gameplay looks spectacular. The gameplay, it reminded me a lot of Metal Gear Revengeance. It was so fast, so snappy, bright, like effects and big numbers popping up on the screen. So like, I'm all for Final Fantasy 16 after that trailer.
Yeah. Max, what did
Yeah,
you
I mean,
think?
I'm excited because, like I said earlier, it's like it feels like a very new and unknown quantity. Like for a long time, Final Fantasy games had a pretty, it was kind of a known quantity what the battle system would be like. Like what, I mean, there'd be nuanced changes, but for the most part, it was a turn-based experience, and you manage your party members and items and spells and attacks and all that. And like in this case, it's like it's kind of doing a lot, and I hope it's doing it right. I know that FF15's kind of approach was sort of divisive on that front, but like it clicked with me, and then kind of reinforced by FF7's, and like I don't know what this is going to be like, but I guess it's again, like we see a lot of familiar franchises get carted out, and we're like, oh, it's more of the same. Oh, it's Far Cry 11 or whatever. But I'm excited to see what they're doing here. Like, and I'm hoping that they're taking some risks and trying some new things while still keeping the spirit of what people like about Final Fantasy games.
Well, and it's certainly not like it's never been a aesthetic for the franchise, but the sort of leaning into the medieval fantasy here feels fresh after a lot of the more like cybernetic or cyberpunk or things of that nature that we've gotten from a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, I fought the last boss for FF15 wearing like a snowboarding jacket. I'm like, this is not really Final Fantasy, but all right.
I was all suited up as soon as I got the suits, I was just suited up the whole game.
That's perfect. But no, yeah, I think this one has so much potential, and we're coming off a pretty good streak for Final Fantasy, like especially remake, the resurgence, and just the love for 14 so much that they had to delist it from being sold because too many people were playing.
Right.
It's a very good moment for and especially having the producer from 14 on. I know, Jada, I think you've played a little bit of 14.
Yeah, I've played through most of the expansions. I still got to do Endwalker. But yeah, it's gorgeous. There's a lot of summons that are very similar to the look-wise to what we got in 14. Garuda specifically looks very similar. Ifrit looked pretty similar, but also different. Like, that's the thing I love about Final Fantasy is they constantly reinvent these summons where they're still the same looking in their at their core, but they have these new little flares added to them, and this flare just kind of like really sets them apart from other versions. So some people like Ramu in 14, but some people may like Ramu in 7, even though it was super old and outdated. Well, if you count remake, and he looks great in that. So
we got a Malboro in the first reveal, didn't we?
Yes, Marlboro. Yep. Got one of those enemies, those big bad breath.
Flavor country, I love it.
No, I really adored this trailer. I will admit, I think I've told the story on Beyond before, but I was not allowed to play Final Fantasy as a kid because they said the word hell in one, and I was told I couldn't play anymore.
And there's a character named after cigarettes.
I know, it's ridiculous. But anyway, so
Cactus did weird things with his arms.
I want to see that cactus.
Let's not talk about the cactus.
I want Mogs. I want Moogles.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah. But I came to Final Fantasy very late, and it's really only been in the last couple of years where like 7 Remake really grabbed me. I've loved what I've played of 14. I'm finally starting to go back to some of the older ones, and this is now 16 as this could be such a massive game for me. So I'm very hopeful for it. Again, summer 2023, so we're waiting a little bit. I imagine they're going to go quiet for a bit. We've got Forspoken from Square Enix this fall, which we didn't get in the State of Play, which I thought was interesting.
It's like we are enthusiast press, as we call ourselves, right? We say every year that next year is going to be huge. Next year's going to be huge.
It's going to be.
This is. I think we're finally reaching that point right now. By next year, you'll be able to get next-gen consoles, hopefully readily available, and there'll be a massive library. There's a bunch of new games. A lot of the stuff today was 2023. That was pretty surprising.
But a lot of it looks really, really exciting. But we will need to take a very quick break. But we've got so much more to discuss from Sony State of Play when we return. So stick around because we'll be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile and presented by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior?
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
And we're back. Let's keep talking about all things PlayStation because there's always lots to discuss, so let's get back to it and discuss the rest of what came from this state of play. Discussion.
Yes.
The one I want to start off with before we get to some stuff we also didn't see, I think is a big discussion worth having. But one big one, third-party game, excuse me, is Callisto Protocol. This is from the original creator of Dead Space. Looks very much like a Dead Space game, just not called Dead Space. Amusingly was part of the PUBG universe, isn't any longer. We know this is coming December 2nd this year.
Yeah.
The spooky season, December.
Scariest time of the year if you're, trying to buy Christmas presents.
Yeah,
it's waited too long.
I mean, Krampus.
Krampus is scary.
Krampus is very scary.
This game looks way more sort of further along than I thought it would be. I feel like we went from seeing like glimpses of it to like little animatics and like little teasers and stuff like that to suddenly like here's the game. Like it's almost done. We've got a release date. I'm super excited for this. I'm also really happy that this is happening concurrently with the Dead Space remake because I feel like everyone's going to be kind of satisfied here. I mean, we talk about video games for a living, so we'll probably no one will be satisfied.
No one will ever be
But
satisfied.
this is all very exciting stuff if you're a survival horror fan, if you love third-person action horror games. Big day for that stuff today. But this game looks awesome. I love it. It's super moody, crazy violent, which is amazing, super gory. That's what I want in my horror. So yeah, bring it on. I can't wait for this.
Max, what did you think of this one?
This looks amazing. Again, the big kind of elephant in the room, the big necromorph in the room is the fact that we're also getting a big, gorgeous Dead Space remake, and I feel bad for both studios because they're going to be compared to each other so relentlessly, and it's like this is completely unabashedly, touching on Dead Space stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The reveal trailer was like packed with Easter eggs that were just like nods. Hey, remember that? Remember that? Remember that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really kind of cool to see how they compare to each other, and I don't know. Competition is good in this sense, and more horror games are fun.
Yeah,
unless you're a coward, in which case I'm sorry.
They're probably not fun. But no, I think between the two of these, I think the Callisto Protocol, they want that to be a series. They probably want to do more remakes after Dead Space. I think what each can learn from each other is going to be really interesting whenever we inevitably, hopefully, get sequels for both. Jada, what do you think of this one?
I've been hyped for Callisto Protocol. Dead Space has been, it has my personal vote for like the spookiest game in space.
So good.
If there's another one out there, like, please tweet at me and let me know.
Super Mario Galaxy.
Super Mario Galaxy.
Terrifying.
Falling into space and just like endlessly falling forever.
Being a bee in space.
You walk on a huge Yoshi's head.
Oh, that's just.
I threw up.
The Callisto Protocol.
Callisto Protocol. But yes, no, I am so excited for this. I really don't remember much from the first trailer. I remember it being in like a jail cell and then like somebody getting grabbed and like swiped away and like. I don't remember much else from that first little teaser, and so like to get so much here, like you were saying, Brian, it's just it's mind-blowing and how far along this game has come, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, I want to watch this trailer a couple more times because it's on my own time. I don't have to make.
We can just stay in silence and watch the footage.
Can we? If we want to hang out for a few hours, we can watch Resident Evil 4 and this on loop. No, it's awesome.
Good day for horror.
Can't wait.
In addition to this one, briefly worth mentioning from the third-party side as well, one I am interested in, called Eternites, which seems to combine third-person action anime games and dating sims.
Finally.
I did not know what this was going to be. During the show, we were like, is this a Shin Megami Tensei game? What's going on here? And then, yeah, it is a cool anime dating action game with cybernetic attacks and things.
I just love the fact that we're going to have a new meme that's going to come from this game. On screen during the trailer, we saw press R2 to hold hands. It's press F to pay respects all over again. I cannot wait to see what the gaming community at large does with this moment from the game.
It's perfectly suited for that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully we get to learn a little more. But that was a quick one shown in there. Last one I do want to mention, of course, is Spider-Man Remastered was announced from PC.
We heard about, there was like a rumor of Returnal coming to PC.
Yeah,
so I thought that would be here today. But Spider-Man Remastered coming to PC is awesome.
Yeah.
For so many reasons. Amazing game. It's the remastered version, and people get to experience that, and they get to mod in their characters, which is going to be amazing.
Oh my goodness.
They get to mod in, hopefully, Spider-Man 2 level graphics for the entire game.
Do you remember the glitch for Spider-Man where you could play as like a park bench or like a phone booth? They're gonna make that better than ever now.
I think someone became like a literal chunk of ice or a puddle at some point. So yeah,
saw trash cans swinging around. It was great.
But yeah, Remastered is the version that's only available on PS5 currently. You can't get it on PS4. It's sort of a bundle with Miles Morales as well. So it's the best playing version of the game. Obviously, if you haven't played Spider-Man, you have a PC but you don't have a PlayStation, thank you for watching the show. But also go play Spider-Man. It's just such a phenomenal game. We can't wait for the sequel. But yeah, you'll get the Spider-Man Remastered comes with all 3 DLC packs as well. Just really awesome, and it's coming in August. So PC
this is cool. It's got to be tricky for Sony because you see that there's as much of a weird backlash when they're like, hey, we're making our games on PC. And you're like, how dare you? I only wanted it for my thing. But at the same time, we're tuned in to watch stuff about PlayStation. And like on some level, I was like, well, I already have that on PlayStation. I don't care if it's on PC. And that's, completely ignoring a good chunk of the audience. But again, like, where do you make that announcement? Like, where do you put that? Like, it's kind of, it almost feels like they should save those announcements up and be like, do one of those rapid, like, boom, 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 boom. Here's a bunch of, PlayStation exclusives that are coming to PC. But I mean, whatever. They're putting them out there. That's, if you think it's bad that more people are playing a fun video game, I don't think you're very fun.
Also, if you don't like the new character model they use for Peter Parker's head,
change
the
it back. That is going to be
That's the first thing you're going to do.
That is going to be I like new Peter for what it's worth. But yeah, that's really exciting, I think, for that audience. It is one of PlayStation's most successful games ever. So to have it there on a new platform, the thing they've been doing with these is to put them out to get people excited for the next game that they'll buy on their PlayStation. And that's
right.
Spider-Man 2.
So it's a profit job.
Yes. They're in it to make money.
What? Video games are a business?
How dare they?
Well, with that revelation aside, one revelation we didn't get was a release date for God of War Ragnarok.
Not a peep about God of War. I shaved my head and everything. I'm a little bummed about that.
You had a kid.
Though, yeah, I did. So I do think we're going to get a dedicated showcase, right?
Yeah.
So like they've done this in the past where they've been like, this is a hyper-focused thing just on one game. I think we're going to get that. It's going to really sell it. It's going to be sort of at the finish line of when this game's about to come out.
Yeah.
And summer just started, right? Or it's not even legally summer yet,
no,
right?
Not legally. No.
Let's check in with seasons.
That's coming in autumn, so that probably won't. But no, summer is not for another 3-ish weeks, so you do have time. Yeah. But no, this is one I think obviously people really, really wanted to hear about. But I also, like you said, think it will get its own marquee state of play or showcase sort of thing.
You can tell that today was so good that we're not really mad about not finding out more about this. There was enough to distract us and keep us happy.
I can't think of anybody who would be upset about not getting God of War today because of all the other great games we got today. We were talking about it during the break, Brian, and we're like, they're going to get, like you said, we're going to get this marquee event where it's God of War and probably PSVR 2. We're going to get, it's going to be one of those things where it's going to focus on either PSVR 2, and at the end it'll be like God of War. Here's the final trailer, release date, dropping in like 2 months or something like that. Or they'll flip it and it'll be like, here is 40 minutes of God of War
and a little PSVR 2.
And a little PSVR 2. Hey, it's coming out in November. Like, I think we're going to get one of those too. I'm really excited.
It'd be nice if they like took a cue from like Marvel movies and had like a little stinger at the end where they were just you see Kratos and they're like, more info coming in August, or what? Like
Kratos will return.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty. Like I'm pretty sure they know in advance when they're going to announce some of this stuff or talk about it more. Like I think just a little, just.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously,
if you beat God of War Ragnarok, Sam Jackson comes out and he goes, "I'm putting together a team of bald dudes."
I want to talk to you about the PlayStation All Stars project.
I would love that.
That sounds amazing. Wait, that sounds so good.
We have done an All Stars 2 fan cast on this show like 4 times. Yeah, I just want it to happen. I'm desperate for.
Everybody's making party fighters now.
Exactly.
They're putting it in there. Put Ted Lasso in one of them. Make All Stars 2.
If Ted Lasso can fight Arya Stark, we can have Spider-Man fight Sackboy or whatever.
Just mod Kratos and Aloy into Spider-Man and make him fight.
Perfect.
It's that simple.
We did it. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't learn about God of War Ragnarok, but hopefully we have so much more to look forward to. Before we wrap up, just sort of best in show thoughts. Brian, I'll start with you. Give me your surprise favorite announcement of the show.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. Resident Evil 4 remake. Yes, I'm so happy about that. I cannot wait for it. It's nice that it's a long time away. They can take their time with it.
Yeah.
I can replay the original game about 20 more times. I'm so excited for it. Thank you for making that happen. When they said it's a third-party focus event, I didn't think big enough, and I'm sorry for undermining you because you did great today, PlayStation.
Brian, I want a Slack tally every time you replay it until it launches.
Oh man, does that work retroactively? Because that's going to be like one of those guys who's in prison for.
No, I want from today going forward.
Oh,
you to Slack me.
Let's do it.
Got it.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Max, what about for you? What were you most excited by?
I mean, RE4, like for sure. Like
Yes.
I'm really excited to see that. And it's gonna be cool. And it's annoying because I want to think of other stuff to be excited about. But like that's my answer. That's a half-assed answer. I just copied off your paper.
That's fine. Yeah.
Jada, what about you?
RE4. No, I'm just kidding. Street Fighter 6. No, my roots in streaming came from Street Fighter, and so I'm going to return to my streaming when Street Fighter 6 launches. I cannot wait to get on the sticks and play against my viewers and followers. It's going to be so much fun, just exploring what they have in this new game. There's so many new things. I'm still a little hesitant about this following Luke, this new character that they just added in 5. But what they showed today, I'm optimistic about what we're going to get.
Yeah, it seems like a very hopeful start after the snafu of finding we could all make the Street Fighter 6 logo.
I'm really curious about this. I don't, obviously like it's still too soon to tell. And like I'm always interested in Street Fighter. Like I like the characters, I like the setting, but I suck at the game. Like I'll dabble and then I'll be like, I'll go do something else. I'll see a squirrel outside or whatever, like just wander off. But like in this case, I think it's to see like third person climbing ladders. That doesn't, if you put a gun in my head, like what game is this? I'll be like, why are you attacking me with a gun? But we were seriously second guessing ourselves, being like, obviously it's Street Fighter. They're like, wait, are they making a new Final Fight? And like, that's unusual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's a huge flying leap for Street Fighter to take. Like,
Max, you could tell that we're both so bad at Street Fighter that we're excited about climbing ladders.
I've always wanted to know more about these streets.
I'm gonna have to get you guys both in the lab.
I can climb above the fight and watch it. Oh,
no, I mean,
beautiful.
like, that's that issue. Like they've got this, billion selling franchise that, and if you change it too much, it's not that thing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the Plato's Ship Rib or whatever. Like if you make it third person, you made
Ship of
Tekken. Like what did you? Yeah, whatever it is. But yeah, like it's I'm interested to see it from like a game enthusiast press man perspective, whatever. I want to see what they do here. Yeah.
One thing that would be really cool to see with that third person hub world kind of thing, like if there's like cage matches, like arenas, like one of the arenas is a cage, and you can like literally like kind of watch it from above. So like you're seeing it in 3D, even though the fight is on a 2D plane. That would be really cool for like the spectator mode. That would be like.
Yeah. Didn't one of the Tekkens do that with a VR, like a VR spectator mode or something, or like they framed the perspective like that or something?
Maybe I haven't. Oh man!
But that's a really cool idea, being able to see like a Street Fighter game from like as a perspective. That's really cool. My question is, if you're walking down the street and you see a car, can you beat the crap out of that car?
I hope so. Please bring that back.
I hope so. And I hope Hagar, the mayor, comes out and he's like, please stop doing that. That's my job.
If I lift up a trash can, will I find a roast chicken under there?
Everyone should be able to find a roast chicken under a trash can. That's my promise.
That was my dinner last
I prefer a gold bar, but you take your roast chicken.
Whatever you want to eat.
Now I want a new Streets of Rage. I gotta say, my biggest surprise now is how much Max talked about Street Fighter.
I know.
I am impressed.
No cats in that game either.
It's just not the game I
No, sure, there's the dockside side level, one walks by in the background several times, probably.
okay.
I don't know.
I'm getting Max in the lab, and I'm gonna train him up, and he's gonna be a star.
This is the abuse. You're gonna hit me a bunch.
Street Fighter 6 is set on Pandora, so you'll probably love it.
That's right.
For me, my most excited, I have to give a shout out to Final Fantasy 16 because I thought it was a tremendously awesome look. But for me, like legitimately, the Horizon Call of the Mountain trailer really impressed me.
I'm
laughing
about Avatar.
Okay, that's fair.
No, that looked awesome.
I was like, oh no, what did I do? What did I say?
You're great. You're knocking it out of the park today.
I loved it. I thought, I really loved Forbidden West earlier this year. I think the things it did story-wise and world-building-wise were really great. And I was nervous about what a smaller first-person Horizon experience would be like. But the fact that they showed so much combat, that they showed who you're playing as is not Aloy, but they're a prisoner that has been freed by one of the people that we know from the first game. And it's built into the lore, and you are doing something that seems important here. And so to see that be what is possible for VR2 has me really hopeful.
Now, Jonathan, at the end of this demo, we saw the main character get stepped on by a giant robotic beast. Do you think that's the end of the game?
I hope they didn't spoil it that quickly, but it very well might have been. But no, I was really, really excited about that one, and hope we learn more whenever VR2 happens.
Do you think we're going to have a backpack to pull stuff out of?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
that's the only way you can. That or a belt.
As long as it's the only thing that you can wear.
No,
absolutely.
In all seriousness, this is a brilliant way of demoing new tech. It has been proven that immersing people in a beautiful, lush jungle, giving them a bow and arrow, and then having them encounter ginormous imaginary beasts. That's what made Avatar so popular. It's literally all about that.
And on that note, that's just about going to wrap us up for this week's very special episode of Podcast Beyond. Thank you, Brian, Max, and Jada, for joining along with me and for talking about Avatar so much. And thank you to all of you out there who tuned in live today. Remember that you can get brand new episodes of Beyond, IGN's dedicated weekly PlayStation show, on IGN, the IGN Games YouTube channel, and your favorite podcast apps. On top of that, IGN Summer of Gaming is going strong all summer long. Next Thursday, June 9th, we've got coverage of Jeff Keighley's Summer Games Fest, followed by IGN Summer of Gaming Expo next Friday on the 10th, and the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase next Sunday, June 12th, just to name a few. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you're doing well. Please stay safe, and as always, Beyond.
Beyond! Happy Summer of Gaming!
Woo! Woo! So excited.
Dogs for Avatar!
Please.
Hi. Aw, licks are nice.
God, it was fun to be back in the studio.